Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Ooh, it is good to be here at the Fastport Studios on a Monday with you, Jimmy.
It is good to be here with you as well, and with our good friend Dean Croak, who is joining us this morning on what is going to be a bittersweet day, guys. Didn't make a big deal out of it, but we got some stuff we got to unpack today. You might want to tell your friends at some point. They might want to bounce over and join us over the next 2 weeks. Dean, I will start with good morning to you, by the way.
Yeah, good morning. Great to be with you.
Good to be with you as well, too. So glad that you could be here for this. Dave will be joining us at 10 o'clock for the Purple Wave Perspective. And, of course, the Boston trucker, Mike Gaffin, who we just adore, who's messing around with all those new AI tools and trying to make something happen with that stuff. We're going to have a conversation about that in a minute, too, about all those AI tools and the cartoon imagery that is showing up for everybody, by the way, which I'm going to be. I don't have mixed feelings on it, Dean. I am going to encourage people to play around with it, enjoy it, and then stop doing it. It is, and I'll get to why in a second. And it's not for the reason people think. It's not just about letting go or undercutting people who actually do that for a living. But there's a certain level of, even when it's beautiful, that makes it slop, and I'll get to that in a second. But I want to start with three different turn signals on this day: 1964, 1951, and 1885. In 1964, a British invasion of 4 Liverpudlians stopped 73 million Americans in their tracks. The Beatles arrived on this day on The Ed Sullivan Show. Get a haircut, stop your screaming. Wait a minute, did he say more popular than Jesus Christ? Regardless of whatever you think of the Beatles, it was not another day in the life in 1964. In 1951, just like I claim on this particular day that I have a list of secret agents from Zebulon 5 in transportation, on this day, Tail Gunner Joe, Senator Joseph McCarthy, claimed to have a secret list of commies embedded throughout the entire United States government, taking particular aim at the Department of State, the State Department, and the Department of Defense. But unlike me, he had no proof, he had no names, he had no nothing, just him and Roy Cohn dreaming up a mockumentary fiction just like War of the Worlds, but people bought it and the blacklist was born. And then finally, the final turn signal is 1885. Who needs horses when you've got Carl? Don't come up too fast or you'll get the bends. Carl Benz proved that gasoline can move a load without a team of steeds. Silly German, dangerous petromobiles. Little did they know how valuable the row was about to become when Carl Benz proved that you could move a wagon without horses by simply powering it with gasoline. That's 3 different blinkers signaling a turn onto 3 different roads, one brighter, one darker, one faster. Nothing would be the same on this February the 9th. Welcome to Nemo Nation. This is the second to last Nemo Nation you will ever get a chance to hear. In 2 weeks' time, not this coming Friday, but Friday after next, RadioNemo of North America will sunset as a company. What's coming next? I don't know. What happens next? I have some ideas, Dean, but I'm not quite sure yet where we're going. What will happen is that we will end this content. We will end live broadcast of these particular shows, both Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio. We Should Write is going to continue in a different form as Lindsay kind of makes plans to do her thing. And we're going to be following that. And we're going to be on top of that. We're going to be working with her to make sure that she can make the transition and continue that amazing series. I got some plans, Dean, but the moment after we go off the air, we are going to start to hold the space, as it were, and play a lot of evergreen content. We have so much content, even in the 7 months that we have been on the air here. We're going to curate some content. We're going to make sure that the space is held, as Jeff Pierce of Rees Across America said. Make sure that you hold the space and you hold on, to the territory that you've marked out. But we'll be making some big announcements and some big plans moving forward in a very different direction. Dave will be joining us today. He will be joining us next Monday. But he always said, Dean, that he wanted to just be like MacArthur and simply fade away. He's going to get that opportunity. I talked him down. After 55 years, after a very long time, 55, no, actually it's now 57. because we started in 1969, 57 years on the radio. Dave is really for reals, for sure, going to call it a day. And before we kind of dig in with Dean and our good friend Phone Master Dre, and you guys are welcome to call, but don't be surprised if we hold just a little bit before we get to those calls. Let's help them out, Dre. 615-292-6366.
Oh, that number is 615-292-NEMO.
I'll make this real simple, Dean. Dave had wanted to retire in 2024, and he has had retirement interruptus on 2 separate occasions. Straight up, the first reason is that his partner of 20 years did not treat him well and wrecked the finances of the company. He wrecked them, straight up. If you guys wonder where the other half of this 20-year relationship is, he is no longer with the company. He stepped out. He's gone. He's done. The second year, we have talked about what it was that happened. Dave had wanted to stick around to make sure that we could stabilize the company. We did. His wife heroically, along with every employee in this company, along with Phone Master Dre, Lindsay, Tara, and a lot of great people, stabilized the company and thought we had been assured by SiriusXM that our contract would be renewed, to the point where we went to Matt's in good faith to help them do their subscription drive and to make a big impression and a big splash, only to find out within 2 days afterwards that we had less than 6 weeks to figure out how we would move forward. And then Dave, once again, stuck around to try to hand off the situation better than what was happening at the time. We're done, meaning that I can't ask that good man who has given 2 extra years than he actually intended to go one step further. And effective, not this Friday, but next, that will be the end of Radio Nemo as you know it. And Dave will get that well-deserved retirement. And hopefully we'll figure out a way for a chance to recoup all that he has invested, not just from an emotional and physical standpoint, but from a financial one as well, too. So we want to thank all of you who have taken the ride with us. Don't be surprised if myself, Phone Master Dre, Lindsay show up in some other form or fashion. It's not so much a matter of trucking, of us being done with trucking, Dean, as much as it is of trucking being done with us. We just, at the end of the day, we had a lot of friends who gave us a lot of help. We just didn't have enough. And while we are disappointed, we will cherish the people who stood with us, like all of our wonderful listeners out there who were on the chat. And rather than concentrating on anything that went wrong, how about we simply say good morning to Bruce Almighty, good morning to Joe J., good morning to the Paranormal Pie Man. Say it with me, Dre. Yo. Big thanks to Matt Beach, of course, for dropping a 5 spot. There's one of the great good guys of all of this entire story. And good to see Steve out there. We love you too, Steve, and we're glad you could join us this morning. Good to see you all out there. Spread the word that if people want to come in and say goodbye over the next 2 weeks, it's the best possible chance. No bells and whistles, no big press releases, no big announcements. That's it. 2 weeks' time, we're going to wrap this up. Like I said, don't be surprised if you see me or somebody else at Matt's. There's some business we still got to take care of and some things we still got to do. But Radio Nemo, week from Friday, comes to an end. Good morning to you, Dean. Now, Dean knew about this, so I didn't just ambush my good friend Dean Croak with this. He knew about this, so when I reached out yesterday and said, hey, would you mind joining us again like you always do, he said, of course he did. It's good to see you. Yeah. By the way, your Friends magazine is gorgeous, and I want everybody to subscribe. Yeah. If I was going to make a magazine for trucking, that's the magazine I would make. Just an incredible piece of artwork, an incredible piece of information. It makes trucking the adventure it deserves to be, doesn't it?
I didn't meet these guys until they came over here, but when 2 guys fly from Australia and they come all the way to your house and spend time with you for 3 or 4 days, and you kind of open your arms and you say, okay, what can I do to help you? But then you watch them and you watch the cameraman, Thomas, who's a National Geographic photographer. Oh, and he's the guy behind the lens of Road Boss magazine. When you go online and have a look at his pictures, he captures the essence of trucking in Australia. He's been with Phyllis and Daniel Snow and Dan Thomas. So in Road Boss magazine last year, he did the trip to ATHS with Dan Thomas in that V8 Mac Value liner and the Australians from Portland to Madison, Wisconsin. And he was the guy behind the lens of Road Boss magazine. So he's been with Phyllis and Daniel Snow and Dan Thomas. So in Road Boss magazine last year, he did the trip to ATHS with Dan Thomas in that V8 Mac Value liner and the Australians from Portland to Madison, Wisconsin. and he was with the Snows in their big Freightliner. So when you look at his pictures, Jimmy Mac, he captures trucking through a different filter. And I can't tell you, he had me out in the snow on Saturday. We had a snowstorm here Saturday again for the 1000th time, and it was bitterly cold and snowing, and he was snapping pictures like 1,000 to a minute. The rate of pictures was staggering. But he said, "This is fantastic. I've just got the cover of the March magazine here with me in front of my truck with a snowstorm." And I couldn't see what it was he was seeing, but his passion for the industry and his craft was absolutely breathtaking. But here's a guy that had just flown over here, spent 3 days with me, driven to Nova Scotia, across the ferry, driven around the bottom of Yarmouth and the bottom of Nova Scotia for 4 days in a car with Harry, trying to find truck drivers to interview them for their story for the April edition on the fish haulers in Nova Scotia. And now they're back, and they flew to Las Vegas yesterday for the Genlogs Manifest conference. Like, talk about two guys passionate about the industry. But what was interesting was they didn't know anybody, but they were so passionate about meeting people and the industry. So when you say, like, it's a great magazine, to watch these two be so enthusiastic about the industry, but not from the industry, like, to make that connection and the bridge through words and the camera, I was just amazed to watch them, because I live and breathe this stuff. Like, I know what it feels like, but to watch them make that bridge through the lens of a camera and then to see his images in print. Like, he took a picture of me on my countertop with a picture of me as a 10-year-old on top of a load of wool in Australia in 1970. I'm sitting on top of a load of wool of my father's truck in a tie-dyed pink T-shirt and gym boots, right, and faded jeans in 1970. And then in the background, in a blurred image, is me as a 66-year-old. And there's the two overlaid against each other in one shot. Now, I don't know how that is an incredibly difficult shot to take. And I said, how in the world did you come up with the idea to even do that? But 3 days earlier, he said, I want to take this shot. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to find that picture, because I want you to hold it in front of you. But 3 days earlier, he had the idea to take that shot. And I said to him, how do you see pictures? Do you see it before you take it? And he said, no, it just comes to me. So the Road Boss guys are just absolute geniuses when it comes to this.
Yeah, and it's a great reminder too, and it's why, it's interesting, because I don't know how you managed to do it, but one of the things that when I was talking about Road Boss, I was setting up my issues with AI, and like I said, it's an amazing tool. What has disturbed me so much, and I don't begrudge all of our friends out there who have been playing with that program and creating what I would call the Mort Saul cartoons. The cartoons are designed to look a little bit like the old Mad Magazine Mort Saul caricatures. That, by the way, ended up as a poster for Smokey and the Bandit, ended up as a poster for, most famously, American Graffiti, ended up as a poster for the Bad News Bears. He was a famous poster illustrator and Mad Magazine illustrator. And I just kept thinking to myself, you guys realize that when I go on LinkedIn now, and I see people's photos, and I just put air quotes around them, and I see people's, and look, I'm not talking about chart layouts. There's one thing, when it creates a chart layout or creates imagery, and then you're handing it off to an actual graphic artist saying, this is kind of the basic idea that I want behind it, and then they kind of work their magic creating something new and original. It's a terrific outline device. But my worry is that exactly what you just described, the kind of creative inventiveness. And look, this is the thing. If it was a tool being used in the way we talked about it, but the kind of creative inventiveness, you've got to be able to see the thing before you can make the thing. And the idea to make the connection, it's a human connection. And like I said, I struggle with this because I understand the power of what this stuff can do as well, too. But it's only as good as the engineering prompt.
Right. Right.
And I worry that there are people now who think, like the beginning of the Olympics the opening credits of the Olympics were AI, and it was so obviously AI. It was so obviously not even adjusted. It was a very complex engineering prompt to create that visual image, but it was still just a prompt. There was no human hand. It wasn't like the Volkswagen factory in Germany where one side is automated and then thousands of cars roll into the human factory where they put all the finishing little touches that make the difference. And it's a concern. Guys, roadboss.com.au, trust me, if you love trucking and you love the adventure of trucking, there are a few magazines that will make an impact on you like this one. It doesn't matter where you drive a truck. It is spectacular, and I can't wait to get him back on the show. We're going to try over the next 2 weeks to bring him in, because if a bunch of guys ever needed to meet Peter Stark, it's these guys, our friend of the Last Empty Places. Dean, we got to take a quick break here. We got to do our pledge, our national anthem, have a bracing cup of Java from the good Pastor John. We're going to shoot the breeze with Foam Master Dre. If you guys want to call over the next 45 minutes or so, we got a full lineup of guests, many who don't know what is going on today. We just didn't have enough time. One of the reasons we also did these 2 weeks, Dean, is I got a great human being who sits across from me, and I'm just not healed up to be able just to give somebody 2 weeks severance. So the poor man has to come in and actually help me kind of land this plane properly. It's also because for both Lindsay and I, moving forward, there are people, especially in the second half of the show, Tuesday through Friday, Claire has developed some amazing relationships with publicists. And we have Mark Graney, the Gray Man, is going to be on this week. We just didn't want to burn bridges with these publicists. You can't just show up and say, hey, remember when we canceled all your guests? Well, we'd like to actually have them on a new show or something. We'll see how that works out. I turn to Dre now. We breathe through the nose and then out through the mouth. We'll come back with some National Days Of, which are strangely apropos, and then we will return after this.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. I pray that Psalm 29:11 impacts your heart this morning. Psalm 29:11, it says, the Lord gives strength to his people. The Lord blesses his people with peace. I want you to think about what the songwriter is saying. The songwriter said, God's going to give you strength. I know it's troubling at times. I know it's challenging at times. I know that sometimes it feels like you feel like throwing in the towel. But when you start feeling that way, I always push back and say, God, I need your strength. And I believe with all my heart, when you ask God to give you strength, he will do it. So my brothers and sisters, enjoy this day. Enjoy it. You know why? This is the day the Lord has made, and I will rejoice and be glad in it. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and please, please, please be careful in your journey.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen and happy Monday.
Happy Monday, by the way. It's a bittersweet Monday, but it's a happy one. Thank you for the well wishes, Marshall. I'm sorry it's happening too. You know, our good friend Joe J just said, I've never had a radio show ending that put me in the fields before. It's been a really cool 8 months. It has. You all did great, and we appreciate everything you've given us. I can actually say the same back at you, Joe J. The Paranormal Pie Man says, Jimmy, Dave, Dre, Lindsay, and the rest of the crew should be very proud of what they built. The friendships made from this program should be everlasting. I could not agree more. And Terry Helms says, I'm glad I tuned in this morning. I've been a listener for many years and so proud of you all. Thanks for the ride. Happy retirement, Dave Nemo. Love you all. Adios. And by the way, let's all celebrate the fact that Dave Nemo, for the better part of 2 years, tried to retire in style and was denied that by, I would call it unkindness, was denied that, and his own character and his own courage refused to let him give up the ship. I would say the same for Phone Master Dre. I would say the same for our good friend Lindsay Lawler and a lot of folks out there. I'm not going as far away as many of these people might. I've still got a couple of obligations. As I was telling Dean over the break, I'm a man of my word. And if I tell people I'm going to do something, there have been people who have actually put a little capital on the line, and I will make sure that I deliver for them, or I got to pay them back. I don't have a choice. I don't mean that like they're forcing me, but my own I guess you would call it my own credo, Dean, won't allow me for people. There are people who'd be like, you know what, dude, God bless you. I'm like, you know, I understand that. And for that reason alone, that's just how I am. And that's how Dave is too. Joe J and Jerry, it does suck. And thank you for your well wishes, and I'm sorry, Trucker Bosun. It's good to see you as well out there. Okay, so I want to give a big thanks to Truck Down, who have sponsored us for the full year and taken the ride with us. You guys know the drill. Get out of the ditch, get back on the road. They've been doing it since '97. 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com. They're also the sponsor of our National Day of, and this is perfect, Dean. Today, even though it's technically about making the switch from cable to streaming, today is National Cut the Cord Day, which seems kind of perfectly fitting for our bittersweet day. It's also National Clean Out Your Computer Day, which I just love. I, for one, can't wait to not only remove a whole bunch of notes, emails, reminders, and apps, including CDL Lifes, from not only my computer but my phone. Cut the cord, clean your house, and find some time to enjoy the following better days. Today's also the National Day of Alternative Vices. We got the St. Christopher Fund coming on here a little bit, by the way, and they'd like you to have a rig without cigs. It's also Pizza and Pizza Pie Day. They're not the same things, as Jody and our good friend Scott Cooper can tell you, and Jerry Bowers as well. It's National Chocolate Day. It's National Poop Day, because everybody poops. And it's National Read in the Bathtub Day, which I just think is superb. Oh, happy day. It's also National Toothache Day, and given the fact of all the time I have not made for myself over the last 8 months, I probably need to go see a dentist. Good morning to you, Phone Master Dre. It's good to see you, buddy.
Hello, and good morning to you. Good to see you, brother.
And good morning to you, Dean Croak. So we can talk about a whole bunch of stuff. You can ask me questions. I can ask you questions. There's a lot on the table in regards to where the market is and what the world's going. But I just kind of wanted to leave this open for you to kind of shoot the breeze.
Yeah, I was thinking about, you were talking about the whole RadioNemo, Sirius XM, the industry and the struggles you've had over 8 months. And I was just thinking about, the industry and, there's some, and social media in general and AI and, the vitriolic, what's the word I'm looking at here? Yeah, Dave Nemo and you more recently have been the backbone of the industry when it comes to a rational voice. Mm-hmm. But more recently, there's been a lot of noise and a lot of clickbait headlines and a lot of people jumping over themselves for a voice that's kind of, a lot of it's noise. Like you said something the other day, like about, we talk a lot about the freight market. And I work for DAT Freight and Analytics, and then I have a social media platform. and we had a question last week talking about a particular truckload carrier who's a customer of mine. So I can't have an opinion. So I've got to be very careful about trashing anybody and having an opinion that might be controversial. Whereas other people, i.e. your competitors on your former platform, can throw all the crap they like at people. Well, maybe they can't, but they do. And even DAT's competitor in the media space and freight analytics space have no qualms about throwing out terrible headlines and saying the most ridiculous things, even if they're not even true, to get headlines. So when I look at what you and I have done over the last 5 years in particular, I like to think that we've held a pretty straight line down the middle of the road when it comes to the things we say and do about the industry. We haven't strayed too far off the centre line. We tend to, we provoke people's thought, but we don't stray too far into the weeds either side of the road. Whereas some tend to deliberately get out there in the gutter and stay there. And I think that's where we've landed here today, right, with this discussion, is that there's a whole lot of people out there that seem to, with the evolution of social media and streaming platforms, and we saw it yesterday with the Super Bowl, this division in the country, and we see all these competing platforms.
But it's interesting too, by the way, and the desperate need. And we go back to the 1951 McCarthy thing, and I don't want to get into this, guys. I would never tell anybody out there about trucking. I would never tell anybody out there about trucking except to report the news and to offer what insights I have from a different perspective, from a certain law enforcement angle, from a certain historical perspective. But I can always talk about the presentation of the news, and I can talk about, as you can talk about analytics and freight, I can talk about analytics and numbers. And it turns out that there was no divide, because what happened yesterday was what would have been interesting yesterday. And boy, I am free, my friend. I am free to speak my mind now. What happened yesterday would have been interesting if, in fact, it had been really prominent country and Western performers. If it had been, I'll give you an example of people who were very, very, very right wing. Had it been Craig Morgan and Jason Aldean and Carrie Underwood doing the alternative show, that would have been a big deal, and that would have gotten big numbers. But but what happened is the fact that somebody actually wrote a post I thought was staggering. Somebody on the left, which, by the way, I don't consider myself a member of, despite what some people, not the ones who listen to this show, but people who attack me, consider me a member of the left. I'd like to show them my guns and have a conversation with them. But what is interesting about this is the fact that I can look at the analytics on the numbers and be like, the left was kind of stunned yesterday. They're like, how did we win the NFL in the national divorce? how did this happen? And at the end of the day is the fact that the only color that matters to the NFL, of course, is green. Green is the color, and they go where the disposable incomes are, and they go where the money is, and they go with the fact that there are a lot of ladies who wanted to plan parties and have a really good time with their friends and families, and a lot of husbands went, yes, dear. And that was the end of that. And on the flip side of it, I think about the fact that, look, I'm the first person when it comes to English language proficiency. Guess who can speak Spanish? My brother's 2 sons, because their mother is Puerto Rican. My sister's 4 children, because their dad is half Spanish. And I can go on for a while. My brother's 2 children, because they can both speak Spanish, because their mother is fluent in English and fluent in Nicaragua. It's amazing times, by the way. And if you don't live in this space in the middle, what you end up getting is a very skewered version of the news. And like I said, I don't mean being moderate in your politics. I don't mean being in the middle in politics. But if you simply have turned trucking into a football game where you're rooting for one side or another, unless, of course, it's the truck drivers. If you're rooting for the truck drivers, you're on the only side worth being on.
Right.
As Dave would say.
Yeah.
But it's been really interesting too. And the worst part is I will tell you my own interpretation of this. I think the industry has made a disastrous bet on where it's chosen to put its money in regards to entertainment. I think that there was a real opportunity with us to actually help us build this platform, and instead everybody waited for somebody else to jump, and when nobody did, they also, this is so complicated, none of them wanted to be the guy that finished Dave Nemo off, but none of them wanted to take the plunge and become the guy or the gal or the company that lifted him up and restored his platform. We got to take a quick break here, guys. I've gone on too long. Dean and I got myself into the weeds. We'll come back on the other side. Just a chance to visit. And by the way, the tuba player will be back next week, at least one more time. There's a lot of tuba players this week coming up in New Orleans, man. I got some great video content going to be starting on Wednesday, Dean. Mardi Gras is less than a week and a day away.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Phone Master, our good friend Dean Croak just showed me his pin. The Paranormal Pie Man has it affixed to his hat. Those are going to be maybe worth something one day, because man, there are only 500 of them, and we said it, we're not going to make more. We won't make more. That is the end of that. I've got I think I got like 20. I have a little small stack. I have a just-in-case stack, in case I meet a veteran who has given up part of themselves to the country, in case I meet a truck driver who is an old friend of Dave that I haven't run into yet. I do have a few left, but yeah, I mean, that thing is going to be worth something at some point one day, and I hope you guys hold on to them. I hope you guys cherish them. Joe J and Paranormal Pie Man is saying they're all going to meet up at some point. I really hope you do. We're going to have other announcements coming, by the way, guys. We're going to hold the space, as it were. Our last live show as Road Gang Radio or as Nemo Nation will be not this coming Friday, but the following Friday, 2 days after Ash Wednesday, as we approach Mardi Gras in the city of New Orleans. I won't lie to you, Dean. I am going to do the show on Fat Tuesday, and then Dre and I are going to go hit the town. We may just end up taking next Wednesday off just because we won't be able to put ourselves back together to come in for the show. So we're thinking about doing that, by the way. One of the things I'll be digging into over the course of the week, my friend, is I have a lot of friends and a lot of carnival parades. I'm going to ask some logistical questions. I know a lot of the answers already, but think about it like this. Let's go with one of the super crews, Bacchus, Endymion, Rex. Endymion runs on Saturday. It starts in Mid-City, which is not too far from where we are right now. We are actually in the Treme, but we're really close to Mid-City. Endymion starts in Mid-City. Bacchus starts on Canal Street. and Orpheus starts on Napoleon Avenue and then makes a turn onto St. Charles. They all run along very, very wide, big oak canopy streets in New Orleans, and they're called super cruise because they have anywhere from 50 to 60 floats. And each one of those floats is pulled by a tractor trailer, a genuine tractor, an old-time tractor. And those tractors, of course, if they are to be operated on the streets of the city of New Orleans, need a CDL to be operated. As a matter of fact, if you want one of those jobs, you have to go over to Mardi Gras World and you have to drive an obstacle course in a tractor along with having the CDL to prove to them. And then you have to be able to back up a float with a tractor.
Oh.
In case the turn, the trees change. They're a little bit lower sometimes, and some people have to make the adjustment and back up. So there's all kinds of things they make you do to kind of figure out if, in fact, you're up to the job and up to the task. And you got to basically sit in, essentially, a parade for the better part of 5, 6, 7 hours behind the wheel of that thing with crowds. I don't mean... And yes, they're police, and yes, they're marching bands and all that kind of stuff. Remember, you often have kids in front of you marching in their crews, middle schools, incredibly careful. A lot of people who are, city bus drivers often get those gigs. A lot of people who are school bus drivers often get those gigs. A lot of our friends, much like with Reeds Across America, there are people who will take 2 weeks off, and for their 2 weeks off, they will drive floats. Just to be a part of the action, to be a part of the parade. So I'll be taking a lot of those videos and hopefully getting a chance to talk to a few of the people who are driving them. One of the great things about a parade, unlike the Macy's Day Parade and unlike the Rose Bowl Parade, what's really cool is that those parades mix and mingle, that when things stop, people come over, they talk to people on the trucks, on the floats, to the kids. I mean, there's a lot of security around. New Orleans is the best at that. The NOPD has its failings. The New Orleans Police Department has some significant failings. One of them is not crowd control. As a matter of fact, I would put money, that terrible thing that happened on New Year's Eve, that happened last year on New Year's Eve, would have been significantly worse. I would encourage people, go watch the videos of the policemen who were mustered down the block and watch how quickly they respond to what it is that happens that night. Nobody is better at crowd control. The other really cool thing is that you'll never see more horses. By the way, our good friend Marshall says, never got yours. Marshall, I have one for you. I promise you. I have about 15 or 20 left to my name, and I will hold on to them. I will hold on to one for you, I promise. I will write your name with a black felt marker on it, and I will hold that Road Gang pin for you. I promise you, my friend. You have my word. I will take care of that. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. To tell you the truth, Dean, I'm tossing around a whole bunch of different things about what I might do. I might do a once-a-week show on Fridays and do a 6 o'clock at night to 10 o'clock in the morning. It's a non-competitive space, and there's not a lot of stuff that goes on. A lot of people go to replays. I might do something from 6 to 10 on Fridays to give people kind of a feel of a later show. It kind of puts me in between replays and the beginning of some of the all-night stuff that goes on. Thinking about doing that. And, of course, as you know, you're one of the few people that knows this. I have been not able to get to one of the things that I'm trained in doing. I really want to do my scary podcast about the trucking industry, my scary fictional podcast about the trucking industry. And I'm looking forward to maybe getting a chance to kind of dig into that as well. We probably should talk about the way the world is going out there in the truck world. We are in February of a year we said it's time to get serious. So what should we be looking for this week? What do you got your brain on? What are you fixated on these days?
Yeah, rates went up again. So, I mean, that's the takeaway from this week's freight market is that the winter storms that we talked about last week this time continue to ripple through the market. So we had winter storms Fern and Gianna, 10 days ago roughly. Spot rates, dry van reefer rates are still up. They went up another 8 to 9 cents last week. So they're holding about 25 to 30% higher than a year ago. So that's very interesting news. the big news we talked about last week, we touched on it briefly, and we touched on Friday, the Purchasing Managers Index from the ISM came out. So there's a little bit of good news around manufacturing. But spot rates came out on Saturday morning for the prior week. They were up again, which is, I think, really good news for a lot of carriers out there, is we actually are seeing capacity leave the market in a way that suggests that it's structural. So when I use the term structural, that means permanent. But the dry van rates went up about 7 cents last week, excluding fuel. They're at about 208. You have to add about 40 cents for the fuel surcharge. So that's an interesting data point, 208 per mile excluding fuel. Now that's the national average. So remember, nobody's hauling freight at the national average because the averages are made up of a high and a low range. But the average across all loads and movements across the week, these are based on loads that carriers agree to haul the loads at, is 208. Top 50 lanes in the country at 232. Data point I think is really worth touching on is that there's 13 bellwether states in the Midwest. They represent about half of the loads moved in the country. They were at $2.58. So when you add the fuel surcharge, the 13 Midwest states were just over $3 a mile. And what was interesting was the volume of loads moving in the Midwest states were up 55% last week. It's about 22% higher than last year. So this is Kentucky, Virginia, Missouri, Indiana, Arkansas, Ohio, Kansas, Maryland, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and North Carolina. Heavy industry, construction, ag, steel, aerospace, defense. Really interesting data point. Now, a little bit of that is recovery from Fern and Gianna and a bit of movement of that freight from the backlog. But again, you link that to the improvement in manufacturing numbers. Again, it's a piece of the puzzle. It's more good news. It's, as I said in my market update this week, it's not a flip the switch moment and suddenly the market has turned, but it's another data point that says it's a sign of some future momentum building. So coupled with the fact that spot rates are holding about 25 to 30% higher than they were a year ago, and my forecast that I'll talk about on our show at 11 a.m. on the YouTube channel, my spring forecast out 35 days has spot rates up about 30% already. So we're getting into that machinery, construction, nursery, planting season forecast now. Now remember, our rate cast forecast runs about 95% accurate. So when I say this morning that this is where we think RateCast will have rates, it's about 95% accurate. It has been for like 5 or 6 years, even going back through the pandemic when you and I started this show. So it for carriers in the spot market, it looks like this year is shaping up to be a pretty good year in the spot market compared to the last three. That's where we are here as we start February.
Yeah, and we go back to that kind of common theme. I want to make sure we're really clear. This is not a market that people are going to be racing into. It's a market that has rewarded the people who either were well-heeled enough to begin with, the carriers, who are beginning to see a lot of stability in it. You correct me where I'm wrong. And the independent operators, some of our friends who actually are part of this chat, who were serious, as you like to say, who were only as good as their partners and built networks and associations of people and had regular clientele and hung in there until we got to this moment. This is not like a tipping point in regards to, oh, here comes everybody back racing in. We shouldn't have that problem either. There's no room in this market. Nobody can get in, and I don't mean they're being blocked out. There's just nothing for them. If you're not in this market, you're not in it. If you're in this market, you're doing good and solid. It's going to take a much bigger increase in the rates for anybody to get in. But if you stuck it out, if you're here now and your bottom lines are looking good, then you're good here. That's a good way to kind of, I think, conceive of it, which means carry on and plan accordingly is the best way to think about what is happening right now. I don't know if it's a time to make any new investments. That's not for sure because we don't know what the Fed rate is going to be. And I'm going to tell you, for political reasons, the man that the president had picked for the Fed ain't going to get confirmed now. It ain't going to happen. It just isn't going to happen because of some other stuff that has been roiling and broiling. They don't have the votes anymore, and he's got all kinds of stuff he's got to clean up. So they're back to the drawing board on that. Mr. Powell will probably remain in that position indefinitely. is one of the issues as well too. So we'll see how that kind of plays out. The other thing is too, in regards to, we were talking about, where we're at. That's one of the problems that we had, Dean, is that we were trying to function over here as an independent operator. I think if like I said, it's a matter of, it's amazing too. People always forget how thin all of this can be. Meaning, like, how sometimes you are literally a week or two away from getting yourself back on solid footing. And it's one of the hardest things to do in the industry, I think. A lot of people don't realize, which is why you really encourage people, if you get through a tough patch, one of the most important things, and my mother-in-law who ran our books desperately tried, but if you go through a tough patch and come out the other side whole, the first time you see any good money, you need to put it away, don't you? That was our big hope, that we could indemnify ourselves and get ahead by like a month or so. And if we could have done that, we could have helped. But that's a big thing too. Let's talk about that for a second in regards to giving our friends advice here. The idea that when is a good time. You've always said you need to kind of plan your business as if you're going to be down for 2 months, because you are.
Yeah, a good friend of mine is an owner-operator in Australia, Bob McMillan. He's retired now, but he's like a 9 million kilometre guy and been trucking for the best part of 50 years, but retired now. And one of the best bits of advice he gave me probably 30 years ago when I had my first truck, he said, I'll tell you one of the best ways you can start your business and managing cash, because cash flow is going to be absolutely critical when you start out. He said, amortize a lot of your fixed costs across 10 months of the year instead of 12, because to your point, you are going to be down. Things are going to break. You are going to be held over. But take your 12 months of finance costs and insurance costs and divide it by 10. So that by the time you get to the end of the year, you've got a buffer, so that you've paid off your 12 months of finance costs over the course of 10 months. So what that did is that I was accruing a bit more costs each month when the getting was good, but I was in a better position when I was down, when I had that inevitable breakdown. But here's the other thing he told me, and it was a really tough financial concept for me to get my head around. And he said, that money you've invested, that 20 grand you've put down on your truck, that equity, how much is that returning you in the rate per mile each load is generating? And I said, I don't know. And he said, so if it's in the bank, how much is it generating on an interest rate? And back then it might have been 5%. So we did the math. And he said, so if you do, 250,000 kilometres a year, how much is that per kilometre? And we did the math on it. And he said, so it's called return on capital employed. And he said, so if that 20 grand is in the truck, it's got to generate a certain amount of revenue per mile. And this is still to this day, one of the biggest mistakes truckers make is they don't get a return on the capital employed in their truck. It's not in their rate per mile calculation. The large carriers do, but a lot of people don't. And it's the one thing I would say to people is amortize a lot of your fixed costs across 10 months and then make sure you get a return on the capital employed, because here's what I learned. If you don't get a return on the equity in your truck, after 2 or 3 years, you're trading down because you don't have enough equity to trade up to buy a bigger and better truck when the new ones come out on the market. So there's two things I figured out very early in my career was managing cash, because as you know, in trucking, things break. Like even on my truck, my starter motor broke on the weekend because it's so cold. There's 3 grand. Like by the time I get it dragged out of here and fixed. So stuff happens. But so there's 2 bits of advice I got that really helped me along my way on the career. But amortizing a lot of your fixed costs is a very important thing. But the other one, Jimmy Mack, is not focusing on rate per mile, is revenue per truck day. We've talked about it on this show, is time is your biggest thing these days with ELDs. It's how much revenues your truck need to generate per day to cover your fixed costs and your variable costs, and then figure out how many miles do I need to do, and then what's the rate per mile. Because if you come at it from a rate per mile perspective, you may find you can't get enough miles to meet your revenue per truck day target. It's a really important calculation. So, I mean, this is a big conversation that we could probably spend a whole podcast on one night, but this is like the basic, this is blocking and tackling when it comes to running a truck business.
Let me give you a good laugh. So, first thing Dre noticed when he came in the door this morning is he turned to me and he said, "Hey, you got your car back." And I did get my car back. And, it's all squared up and paid for. The guy calls me up and he says, I tried everything I could. He said, I couldn't get away from this. He said, I have your bill for you. And I said, what's my bill? And he went, $666.60. I said, are you kidding me? You couldn't have even topped me off on the gas to stop it from being that? And he said, dude, you were topped off. I didn't know what to do. He said, I didn't want to charge you more, and I couldn't charge you less. He said, so it's $666. The sign of the beast, man. I took it as a sign that day, by the way, Dre. It's how my Thursday ended. After all of that long Thursday, it's how that Thursday finally ended. And, oh, by the way, Bruce Almighty points out for Mardi Gras, you're absolutely correct. If the float has a flat, they have to change it ASAP. You're absolutely correct. If a float has a flat, those guys know how to get out. There's actually a crew that drives up, but they have to go to work quickly to kind of make that changeover on the tire. Absolutely correct, Bruce. It's kind of amazing to watch it happen on those rare occasions that it does. When those flats occurs on the floats, man, it is almost as fast as being at the Indianapolis 500 and watching the tire changes. They do it like lightning speed to the point where I know that people have been like, wait, they had a flat? Yep, they come in that fast and take care of it. It is a symphony of movement. We were talking about Andre and I were talking about the halftime show for the Super Bowl. Not to get into the show itself, one of the there's a theatrical theory that was started in the 70s, and it's called infrastructure, and it's been really, really important for the development of what we would call in real life happenings and events like the Super Bowl, like the Olympics. Have you ever heard the term infrastructure?
Infrastructure, but you call it intra?
This is a thing called infrastructure and performance. This is what infrastructure is. It's really, really cool. So if you watch the Beijing Olympics, everybody's moving to one kind of syncopated thing. They're all moving as one. Okay?
Right.
Okay. If you look at the London Olympics and you look at the Italian Olympics and you look at, and we'll see what we do. It's going to, I promise you, it's much, much more, and it's also a cultural thing. Infrastructure is when you stage it, but in such a way where the eye always has someplace different to go, meaning that if you watch the Beijing Olympics once, you've seen it. If you watch the London Olympics once, you could watch it 5, 6 different times and catch new things inside of it. It requires a mosaic of staging. So you're staging one thing over here and another thing over there and another thing over there, and while they all work together to create a rhythm, at the same time, they are independently operating entities. And in many ways, they say that authoritarian states tend to lean towards everyone working as one unit, and liberal democracies tend to have a much more kind of multitudinous number of things. And it's why the American system of transportation is so extraordinary, because it really is. It's infrastructure running across infrastructure. You have all of these people who are doing their own thing and acting independently, and then have to acknowledge the other people around them. Does that make sense? It's a really, really, it's a very complex way of staging stuff. But in many ways, it was as I watched the Olympic ceremonies with the Italians last week, and I watched the Super Bowl halftime show. If you weren't paying attention, you would have missed Pedro Pascal. If you weren't paying attention, you would have missed the wedding. There was a wedding. It was an actual wedding going on. Dre and I were talking about this morning. It was an extraordinary event. Forget about the music, forget about any of that. But putting that many people in space, and then you begin to realize how extraordinary what free people working together can actually do while still being independent operators in that system. And that, in many ways, is why I think that our system of how we run transportation around here, for all of our complaints, you've been to India, you've been to Australia, you've seen trucking all over the world, and this is an extraordinary system that works both together and independently to create something incredibly unique and very, very, very vibrant. What do you got coming up in regards to all your trips and travels? What you got next?
Well, I'm off to the Stiefel Transportation Conference in Miami. So I'm getting to some warm temperature today. This afternoon, I'll be down there for a couple of weeks. They're the market research analysts for all the public truckload carriers and in the country. So they're all meeting in Miami to talk about the transport market. So I'm meeting down there to do a presentation and flying home on Wednesday. So looking forward to a little bit of warmer weather. But then, of course, back here, and then starting to get ready for Mid-America Truck Show, getting the truck ready and starting that difficult prep phase in the cold weather, which is near on impossible to get a truck ready for Mid-America Truck Show when it's cold. But I've got to get it off to a shop to get some work done. So we're in that phase. So, but it's interesting, Jimmy Mac. We're starting to see temperatures in the 40s here, which means spring is around the corner. Like I love this part of the year when the days get a little bit longer. Sunset sort of starts to happen a little bit later in the day, and you get that feeling that spring is here, and you see the temperatures, and you think that 14-day has some 40s in it. You think, we made it.
Well, yeah, and I have to tell you, this yesterday was so gorgeous in the city of New Orleans, and Dre can tell you it was so much easier to come in this morning over here. Even over here, where it's usually so warm, it was so cold. It was so cold that it was very, very nice just to have the beginning of the turn of the tide. Big thanks to JB, Mr. Jerry Bowers himself, who dropped the 20 spot on us. Marshall Platter dropped the 10 spot. Thank you for the coffee. Dre and I will enjoy it. And thank you, by the way, to Matt Beach, who has been as good a friend to the show as you possibly could have. You know, last week, Dean, I didn't tell you this, but I get very, very wary when people say, "Can I pray for you?" Because I often feel like people are often praying that I win the lottery, which I don't think God in his infinite wisdom does. Somebody I really, really like asked if they could pray for me yesterday on Thursday. And I like this person very much, and they've been very good with their advice, as opposed to, can I make one little complaint about what happened at the end? I will tell you, and guys, I'm going to say this, and it's not aimed at anybody in particular. It really isn't. It was a lot of people. A lot of people gave me programming advice, Dean. And I mean, a lot of people said, what you need to do is, and at one point, Brad Bentley had enough and told one guy in particular, he said, he doesn't need your advice on programming. He said, it's the best programming in trucking radio. What he needs is your money. Stop offering advice. It's like, you know, I literally had a couple of guys who were like, let me tell you how to handle your, and one guy said, what you need to do for promotion. And I said, I actually know that, and there's a better way of promoting it. You know why I can't promote it? Because I don't have the budget to promote it. It's just like, you know, I said, at the end of the day, if you run a small business, guys, you'll know this. Your first priority, and Dre will back me up here, he never watched me pay for anything until we paid payroll. Right. That's your first obligation is your payroll, ladies and gents. It is not anything else. So I would never have withheld pay to run a promotional campaign or to pay for somebody to come in and do programming for me. We don't need your help on programming. Our listeners can tell you that. We got great guys like Dean Croak, who's got to go off and do a podcast now. I love you, brother. I love you. Thank you for making time for us. And we will we'll talk at you next week. We'll get some stuff figured out. Thank you, Dean. Dean Croak. Okay. The original member of the reconstituted Road Gang. We will be back on the other side of this break as Nemo Nation's rapid fire half hour kicks into speed with Andrew Fain, Herschel Evans, and Jeff Dickinson. Thank you, Dean.
Clear.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor, and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fast Sports Studios half hour.
So yeah, it was kind of a dud of a game. I don't think people realize that felt like a game from the late 60s, early 70s yesterday, didn't
Yeah.
it? I mean, it really did. It felt like one of those slog fests that eventually the better team simply pulled away. I mean, Seattle's defense is something else, man. Something else. Just incredible.
And what was cool is I actually had a friend that was at my house watching it that was a huge Seattle fan that grew up there. And even towards the end, he was like, I think I'm going to leave.
Yeah, there was one moment right before the Julian Love interception where it looked like, oh, wait, this might be a ball game. And then it just...
Yeah.
I mean, and basically it reminded you that had Bo Nix been able to play, it should have been Denver.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way the game is. That's it. Injuries happen, but it should have been Denver versus Seattle. And, I mean, we now realize that, they were living on borrowed time. They won a lot of close games, and they had the easiest schedule in the NFL. They still should be congratulated, and they're going to be monstrously good next year. But we got a whole show to get through, a rapid fire here of Nemo Nation on what is the second to last Nemo Nation that we will ever do. But we are thrilled to have an amazing lineup today, and we start with Andrew Fain. Dre, would you take us over to him? I want you to start by going to truckingresearch.org. If you head on over there and you go to the people who all work over there, you're going to eventually find yourself Andrew Fain. He's ATRI's research analyst. He joins us this morning on Nemo Nation. Good morning to you, my friend. I have to always ask this anytime I talk to anybody from ATRI, whether it's Atlanta or Minneapolis. How's the weather?
Well, good morning. And, today the weather is pretty nice in Atlanta. No complaints. A little cold, but not too bad. More in the 40s.
Oh, you'll take that any day. I got to tell you right now, which means that Rebecca Brewster might actually walk outside at some point. I wouldn't be surprised. Listen, speaking of Atlanta, few cities have bottlenecks like Atlanta does. Talk to me about the bottleneck process.
That's right. Atlanta definitely typically has a few on that list. Yeah, so we're getting ready to release our annual top 100 bottlenecks. It will be released next week. And just a general overview of the process, we leverage our massive data set of truck GPS data where we're monitoring, over 300 locations around the country. And then using that data, we're able to look at things like truck speed, how many trucks are on the road at certain points, and then able to calculate overall sort of what are the top 100 worst truck bottlenecks in the country.
And let's kind of talk a little bit about the process of how you guys do that, the methodology behind it really quickly, because I want to get to the burn interchange in a second here. But tell people about how the process works, the approach, the methodology, how you guys actually collate and assemble the information necessary to create it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so like I mentioned, we have large GPS data sets. We have tons of trucks represented in that. And then we're able to look at the particular pings and measure essentially how fast trucks are moving, how many are on the road at a certain point. And then we have our own index that is calculated that's able to put all those inputs in and tell you, where are the worst bottlenecks. And I think it's important to note that this is not a survey of where people might think congestion is worse. This is an analysis of real-world GPS data.
That's really what I wanted to kind of get at there. I'm glad I kept saying, "Oh, did I lead me to what they call the Komodo dragon question, where you actually ask the question that's already been answered?" But I was glad you kind of got to that, because there is the ability to distinguish between what people see at certain times of the day and helping people understand that a bottleneck is an ongoing problem that often has points of very few release where that traffic clears. That's a big thing that people don't understand, that something occasionally bottlenecking at a specific time of day in the course of a week is not the same as, man, if you go there, you're going to get slowed down unless you go there at like 3 o'clock in the morning, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, plenty of places there's, traffic congestion peaking during certain times, but the ones that are the worst, that peak it sort of lasts a lot longer, as you mentioned. It's not just, only at this time of day. It's generally, if you're driving through there, unless you're middle of the night, it's going to be a lot of traffic.
Now, this just isn't an act of commiseration, by the way. This isn't just people kind of being like, well, here they are, and you all know them. We can all groan and laugh about them. The list actually exists because it allows both state governments and the federal government and trucking associations and anybody else who's interested to be able to come up with solutions, right? I mean, the idea behind this is to really kind of allow states, trucking associations, and anybody else who might be interested an opportunity to maybe, uncork those bottlenecks, right?
Absolutely, yeah. By providing this data, we're equipping policymakers and all the organizations you mentioned to really be able to leverage it and point to, this is an area that's very bad in terms of congestion, so it'd be worth it for us to invest. And one you mentioned earlier that's a great example of this, the Byrne interchange in Chicago, Illinois, was number one on the list for the first several years that we did this process. And from that, the state of Illinois wanted to address the issue and specifically cited ATRI's list, and with them as the number one worst, and put plans forth for construction and improving the interchange. And from that, we were actually able to analyze a pre-construction, so how bad it was before they started trying to fix things, and then post-construction. And we saw that their efforts were largely successful. From our analysis of pre and post speed data and in volume, we were able to see that there was about a 25% increase in speeds after the construction had taken place. So that's a great example of how this data really can and has been used by stakeholders to actually drive real-world change.
Well, yeah, and like I said, it becomes a tool for both people who are lobbying for change, but it also becomes a tool when a politician wants to make their case to the voters, whether sometimes it's a bond issue, sometimes it's giving themselves a little cover when they have to raise taxes or gas taxes or anything else, is that the document, the research, the list, as it were, becomes a great kind of protective device because, as everybody knows, ATRI doesn't have an agenda other than assembling the information properly and doing a rigorous model of research.
Absolutely, yeah. We're focused on putting forth the best data we can, using, we're objective data, research backed. So yeah, we're focused on putting together the best work and packaging that, so that people can have a good idea and understanding of sort of an unbiased view of what the data says.
So let me ask you a question in regards to this. What do you find surprising in the time that you have spent kind of helping with this, putting this together? What have you found surprising, and what kind of things are you expecting to see on the list in regards to either things that are going to drop off or things that are going to return? What is your eye close on?
Yeah, so I will say next week we will be releasing this year's bottleneck list, and there are a few sort of big changes. There's some movement near the top of the list, which is always exciting in some ways, perhaps not for the places that move up. But in terms of kind of what stood out to me throughout this process, I think it would be, I would say, the sort of the stickiness of some of the ones near the top. We described Byrne Interchange, that they were near the top, number one, and they put forth some action to get lower down. But a lot of times it's similar. It's sort of the same areas that surface near the top, and some of that's hard to address because there's just more trucks need to pass through there. But I think that's it'd be great if you could see more downward movement where people are able to successfully address and make congestion a bit better, but a lot of stickiness towards the top of the list.
All right, really quickly, because we're out of time. It's amazing how fast this segment goes, isn't it? Can you kind of tell us when the bottleneck release is going to happen and give people all the information they need about how they can help as well too, not just with this, but how they can always help actually kind of move their own mission forward with their own information?
Yeah, this bottleneck analysis will be released February 10th. So that's so that's not next week, February 10th. And then in terms of how they can help with just general attribute research, we do a lot of industry surveying. So, staying in touch with our LinkedIn, with our site, those are great ways to stay plugged in. And just, we'd use a lot of industry data. So staying up to date with our website and LinkedIn.
Truckingresearch.org is the website you want to go to, guys. Trust me, and you want to make sure that you, put your information in there. You're not signing up for anything. You don't owe anybody any dues. All you're doing is getting access to some of the best information in the transportation industry, and Andrew Fain is responsible for a lot of it. Tell Rebecca I said hello. Tell everybody I said hello. And, we'd love to talk to you again soon, Andrew. Thanks again.
Great. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. By the way, CurePBT.com is where I want you to go. And I can't ask, so this is the second to last Nemo Nation we're ever going to do. 2 weeks and we're going to be putting Radio Nemo to bed. Something else is coming. Don't give up. But in regards to this particular entity, we will be calling it a day over here. Could not ask for a better lineup today and couldn't ask for a better friend of the show than Herschel Evans, who joins us. Come on, one of the best truck drivers in America. I mean that, by the way. But we're not going to talk about that today. We know what an amazing guy he is. But Cure PBT, tell us about why you're so proud of safety for the Cure by telling our listeners why you organized it in the first place. And Herschel, good morning, man.
Good morning, buddy. How you doing?
I'm fine. But tell us about this wonderful organization and how you put it together.
It's curepbt.org. Just a
fantastic. Nonprofit. Yep. Got to get rid of that com and get that org because it's for the good cause.
Yes, sir.
All right. Unpack it for us.
So the event got started way back in, 20-something years ago, back in North Carolina, where the roadway drivers would do a event among roadway drivers. They call it the Battle of the Borders. And it started by a real good friend of mine who's passed on now, named J.C. Miller. And he was a really good guy. And him and some other drivers started this as an intercompany event. They moved it down to Georgia, and then they ran it in Georgia a couple of years. They asked me if I'd take it over. And I told them I said I would be glad to take it over as long as we do it for some kind of charity, do it as a fundraiser for something. And they all knew that I'd been involved with the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation for quite a number of years. And so the committee voted to, let that be our charity. So it always seemed like a natural fit for, truckers and motorcycle riders and kids, just kind of like a trifecta of, fun that, kids like trucks, kids like bikes. The Atlanta Ride for Kids is where this charity was born out of. It started back in 1984 in Atlanta, and I got involved with them a few years after they started. So I've been raising money for the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation for about 38 years now, about as long as I've been a professional driver. And just good people doing good work, and they're literally fighting the Goliath that is pediatric brain tumors. Because to get a diagnosis of a pediatric brain tumor is probably one of the worst things a family can hear. And, it's one of the most horrible cancers anyone can think of. And, I've just always thought, if you're gonna whoop up on a bully, pick the biggest bully you can. And pediatric brain tumors is one of the biggest killers of children by disease in our country. So, it feels good to know that, somebody's out there fighting for these kids. Somebody's out there trying to help these families that have received this horrible diagnosis, and we can do it in a way that promotes safety and shows the kind of good salt of the earth people that the trucking industry is. It's just awesome to be part of. And this event it's organized and put on by truck drivers. Everyone on our organizing committee is a full-time driver. We drive for a living, and some of us drive for freight lines. Some of us drive for other companies. Some of us drive for Walmart. It's just there's a group of us that put this together that our full-time job is driving a truck, and we've made this our cause, once a year to put this event on and promote safety, promote the truck driving championships. And, while we're at it, we're helping some kids fighting a horrible disease, have a better time of it.
Let me tell you guys something, by the way. My sister-in-law is a pediatric oncologist. And I'm going to tell you right now, Herschel, the weight that the people who have to do the diagnoses will tell you that they have to carry when they have to break that news to parents, to tell a parent that their child has cancer and to tell them that they have a brain tumor is devastating. It is devastating because it requires a lot of intensive care. And the idea that when you have children, just like when you have the elderly, anytime you have to do any sort of surgery on them, the risks are compounded, the complications are compounded, and it is. You guys are literally stepping in to give people hope who don't have it to a large degree. $50, guys, is a donation. Includes a chance to drive a world-class course, take a well-prepared written test, and perform a vehicle inspection. It's all the rules of being a national truck driving champion as well, too. A lot of really groovy stuff. Tell people what the event is like with the overall kind of the spirit and the camaraderie that go on there when you guys put this together.
Well, we have right now we have about 270 drivers that are registered. So we've reached our maximum number of drivers. We wanted to cut that off at 250. We're at about 270. We know that some of the folks are not going to be able to make it, but we do instead of a 6-problem course, we do a 10-problem course, kind of give the drivers a little more practice while they come down. We do a full-blown super secret vehicle inspection that Don Logan out in Kansas comes down and puts that together. We do a written test off of this year's Current Facts for Drivers book that Rhonda Payne out in Utah writes our test for us, who is a national champion truck driver's wife, and she writes my test for me every year and sends it to me. Right now we have 31 states represented. So drivers are coming from 31 states. We have almost 50 trucking related companies that get involved and sponsor this event. So the drivers that participate in this, every dime they raise, every dollar they collect for this charity goes to the charity. Everything needed to put this event on is paid for before the event happens. The sponsors pay for our tents, our chairs, our T-shirts, our food is donated. About 3 different grocery companies, including Walmart, Publix, and Kroger, get together and provide us the food we need. So the drivers don't have to pay for anything when they get there. We don't charge them to eat. We don't charge them for drinks or coffee or anything else. It's all included. It's all part of your day. You can relax, have a good time, meet new friends from all over the country. We've got drivers coming from California, the West Coast, Washington, Nevada. I mean, they come from all over the place to come here and compete because thanks to all the great drivers involved in this, it's a world-class event. There'll be more former state and national champions here than in any other state you will go to. The only place you'll find a higher level of competition than this event will be at the NTDC.
I'll make it really clear. I'm going to make it really clear for everybody again, Herschel. I just want to repeat it again. The logistics, the cost of the logistics are already covered. The money you give when you register, the money you give when you donate goes directly to helping treatment of pediatric brain tumors. Straight up,
yes, sir.
Full stop. And that is so important that people know where their money's going, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That's the one thing we're proudest of is, we don't have to use any of the drivers' donations. Every dime they spend on auction items or door prizes or, anything, at the event, the money that they raise from asking their friends and family to support them, every dime of that goes to the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation. Not one penny of it is used to pay for anything at the event. It's all paid for up front by sponsors who get involved and know what they're paying for. And our biggest need right now is volunteers, because we run 2 10 problem courses, so we need about 40 judges on the course to judge all the problems. We need we're always in need of more auction items, stuff we put in our silent auction, door prizes, anything you've got laying around the house you think a truck driver or anybody might be interested in. Man, we have all kind of really cool stuff that goes in our door prize area. One of our things we're slowest on this year for getting is we try to put together a goodie bag for the drivers. You know, pens, gloves, hats. You know, something when the drivers register, we give them a little bag full of goodies to say thank you for coming. That's one of the things we're real short on right now. So anybody, you know, that part of a trucking organization or not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be that. But if you want to donate some branded items, you know, to go in our driver goodie bag, you know, notepads, ink pens, you know, whatever you can think of, all kind of stuff ends up in there. Keychains, you know, any kind of thing like that. We'd love to have that kind of thing. The contact information on our website is valid. My email is super easy. It's just HerschelEvans@gmail.com. You can contact me, and we'll give you an address where to ship stuff to. But those are the things we need right now. We're at the mad dash stage of kind of getting everything together here at the last minute. But it's shaping up to be our biggest, largest event we've ever had. I mean, it's going to be mind blowing as how huge this thing has gotten. I mean, it's crazy to think from where we started. The first year we did it to raise money, we raised $3,000, and last year we raised over $60,000. So it's just.
It continues to grow, guys. I got to let Herschel go here, but really quickly, Dave and I would consider it a deep favor to us if you guys would head over to curepbt.org, and even if you can't get there, we'd love you to donate. It's a great cause, and it's great people, and it's always great when great people do great things for those who are in desperate need. Herschel, as always, my friend, thank you for making time. We love having you on, brother.
Thank you, buddy.
You got it. Jeff Dickinson, of course, is the president and CEO of RGTX. You can go to rgtxlogistics.com, learn about them. He's also chairman of the Freight Fraud Task Force. The bodacious cowboy himself is a natural storyteller, so I'd like to start off by saying good morning and have him tell any story that is on his mind right now. What are you thinking about? What's going on in the world in regards to both the Freight Fraud Task Force and in your own personal life? How you doing?
I am doing well, Dave. How about yourself, sir?
I'm hanging in there. I'm getting through. This is I don't know if you know this. This is our second to last Nemo Nation ever, and so we're thrilled to have a whole bunch of people that we love, like Herschel Abbott and Dean Croak, and now you, Jeff. Great to have you here. What's going on with the Freight Fraud Task Force?
You know, we're moving forward. We have a great website, which is the FreightFraudTaskForce.com. And also, I am the chairman of the Freight Fraud Summit, where I partnered with USI Commercial Insurance Services. They're the fourth largest commercial insurance company out there in the U.S., as well as the TLPS&A, which is the Transportation Loss Prevention and Security Association. They are the offshoot from the ATA quite some time ago. And we're putting on this event that's going to be coming up in May 21st in New Brunswick, New Jersey. We want to give back. We want to educate people. We want to help them on the shipper side, not like on the broker side, but the brokers are a part of it for sure. But it's an educational type event, unlike any other event where we teach people how to prevent fraud from happening from the inside out per se, because a lot of folks are on the outside. They got a lot of great vetting tools out there, Dave. I'm not against technology by any means, but you got to have that human element of experience and what you've seen firsthand of practical experience being, on site in the trenches and understanding where these loopholes and gaps are that the bad guys out there are learning rather fast of how to infiltrate that. So it's all good stuff.
Is this kind of an attempt to sort of say, along with everybody's pre-trip, which they're so good at doing, is to kind of create a pre-trip of sorts for fraud in the same way that you kind of make sure that everything is like not leaking, to make sure that everything is up to snuff in regards to the operation of your vehicle, you actually have to kind of indemnify yourself on a daily basis, being like, okay, do the fraud check.
Yeah, pretty much so. It has to do with a lot of training, SOPs, work instructions, policies, on what happens, as an example, when a truck driver backs into your door. What kind of checks are you going to do to validate that that is the carrier that was tendered to you to move your freight? A lot of them don't want to do it. It's unfortunate. I did it in my past. I've been in the business for 46 years. And it takes only 5 minutes, Dave, for, a dock supervisor to go out there and identify, the carrier MC number, DOT number, and then ask a few questions of the driver to find out whether he or she is actually the person who is the driver of that specific company that you tendered the freight to. And then, of course, the pre-trip inspections. I think you and I spoke about that a couple months back. It's a mandatory requirement by the FMCSA, and the way I look at it is what bad guy is going to take the time to do a walk-around inspection at the shipper? He wants to get in there. He wants to get out. So it's these little tricks of the trade that you ask these questions. And as an example, if the driver's name is Tom, and you talk to the driver and you say, "Hey, John," the guy goes, "My name's not John, it's Tim." Things like this that are the trigger mechanisms. As easy as it is, some people, they just don't want to take the extra steps and do the due diligence. Logistics is speed, speed, speed. Let's see how fast that we can move the freight, get it out there, make our margins. I hate to say it, but there's a lack of touch points in the industry that's causing a lot of the fraud to happen.
Well, and the other thing is, it's a great reminder that often the best way to kind of speed up is to slow down. That to take a breath and to kind of center yourself and go, okay, before I do anything, why don't I do things efficiently and with purpose rather than rushing through things? And it really sets up the great expectation that the real way to do the job is efficiently and economically and not like a Mad Hatter. That you really want to be kind of focused on everything done effectively and efficiently. And that's kind of the difference. And in a lot of ways, what you guys are talking about, diligence does not mean that you're moving too slow. It means you're making sure that when you get driving, you can move as fast as you're legally allowed.
Correct. And, I think I said this the last time I was on your show. Desperate people do desperate things in desperate times, and we're in desperate times. I mean, as well as you see all these carriers filing all different types of chapters and going out of business. It's not going to end anytime too soon. It's still a volatile market out there, and people are trying to make money. Carriers are trying to be profitable. And, you just got to thank a carrier, once in a while or every time that you do business with them, because they move America. And without them, you're not going to have food on your table or clothes or furniture, you name it. They deliver it. You got to take care of the people that take care of you. And unfortunately, not a lot of people out there really understand that concept.
Jeff Dickinson has joined us this morning. He's president and CEO, of course, of RGTX, but he's also the chairman of the Freight Fraud Task Force. You can find them, by the way. Give us the website for the Freight Fraud Task Force one more time.
Sure, that's www.freightfraudtaskforce.com.
And you can find Jeff as well. You can find him at rgtxlogistics.com as well, and on LinkedIn at Freight Fraud Task Force, LLC. Jeff, love having you on. It's the rapid fire half an hour, brother. You managed to get it all in there. You got a good weekend planned? You got a good week planned, sorry.
No, yeah, absolutely. I'm concentrating on my business and the Freight Fraud Task Force and the Freight Fraud Summit. A lot of good things coming up in the very near future, so I'm looking forward to it, and I'm very excited about it.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining us this morning. Have the best of days, man.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
You got it. We'll be back on the other side of these messages, by the way. You can always call at any time, by the way. Just drop in. You can vent, air your grievances. It's Festivus all year round here, man. It's also Poop Day. So, make sure you're regular. Get it out of there, man. National Toothache Day. Get your teeth checked out. Chocolate. Well, if you have a toothache, don't have chocolate. You get the drill. We'll be right back after this.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
Yeah, buddy. Dre is here. I was going to say Dave will be here later on, but we have Jimmy Mack in the seat holding it down at Fastport Studios.
Dre will be here till the last dog dies. Dave will be here at 10 in the center, 11 in the east on Nemo Nation, the show that bears his name. The second to last Nemo Nation ever. By the way, there are a number of you who I have phone numbers for that I will be calling over the course of the next couple of days to personally thank you. If you have my number and want to give me a chat, if I gave you my number, it means you can call me, so you're more than welcome to do that. Before we get to our next guest, which is Artie Crawford, who is the NMFTA's Director of Cybersecurity, I'm going to ask him what he's paranoid about. Keep that in your mind, Artie. I want to get our good friend Chowder in here for a moment to say good morning. And how are you doing, man?
Speaking of numbers we have, hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Jimmy Mack. Morning, Dave. I hope I ain't going to get some bad news later. But, hey, Jimmy Mack, I'm not one to really go out there and rant too much, but I had to on that other Nebula 5 because I got to call out one of their sponsors, specifically some company over in, Lincoln. But we have a problem in this industry, opposed many of them, but the biggest one I have found has to do with, highway to health, to be kind of tied into this.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to know, because I'm not very smart, after being out here 30 years, when in the heck, HE double hockey sticks, did it become apparently approved and acceptable to some of these gray-haired Q-tip type age drivers that probably weigh about the size of 2 beluga whales on a good day, walking hunched over so bad that their 3 stomachs are only being outdrugged by their nose leaning forward in their metal walking stick that's vibrating worse than a telephone pole in a hurricane? Did it become okay to park on the fuel island where you put your fuel hoses in your tanks on it? I don't mean in front of it. I don't mean behind it. I mean where you should be fueling, right?
Right.
Drag yourself inside the local Chuke and Puke slop shop that's in these truck stops. Come out with a Burger King, Taco Bell, Subway bag, large enough to feed 12 families. Then put the fuel in your truck. Then eat it on the fuel island so that drivers like me that are being held up come and ask you, what are you doing? And the response you get, Jimmy, well, I have knee issues and I have breathing issues, so I can't walk that far, so I need to get my stuff here. If you can't walk from any parking spot within that truck stop in to get your food, it is time to find a different line of work. And I know people are going to yell at Chowder and say, well, it's because we can still pass our medical card. I will argue with you that's BS. You may be able to find a doctor, chiropractor, veterinarian that got certified that can see that your blood pressure seems to say you're living and that your vision's good enough from 4 feet away from the banner. But if you're that heavy, out of shape, that you can't walk from anywhere in the parking lot to get your food to come out, you most certainly can't do the most important job in trucking. And that's climb into the back of your trailer, onto your flatbed, strap and secure your load so you don't lose that cargo that you're getting paid to haul. And if you can't do that, you can't do the job.
And basically, anytime I encounter people like that, I remind myself of the little cartoon with the chicken going, I'm going to whip some ass. I'm going to whip some ass.
I had it happen to me. Yep, I had it happen to me at 3 different loves this weekend. Down in Liberal, Kansas, Pauls Valley, and up in Omaha, or Lincoln area. I can't remember the little store. I think that one was. But they're parked on the fuel line where you would get fuel. Oh, I know where it was. It was over by Blair, Nebraska. They're parked there. They come waddling out, literally waddling, and then decided to get fuel. When did that become the acceptable thing? And why isn't management doing their job and managing their islands?
Because it's too much hassle and it's too much grief and it's too much lawsuit waiting to happen. Chowder, I got to get to my next guest, but brother,
All right.
I wanted to give
Later,
you full
guys.
throttle. Love you. I'll talk to you later on today. Thank you, Chowder. I think I've pretty much successfully set up Artie Crawford, NMFTA.org's Director of Cybersecurity. What has got you paranoid this week, Artie? Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for the invite, and hopefully I can fill in as well as Ben does for you. But what has got us paranoid?
I have one quick question, by the way. One quick question. How long is your beard?
Oh, I don't have a beard. I've got a little tiny goatee, and that's about it.
I'm actually thrilled. Don't even try to compete with Ben. He is the original Beardo. He is Beardo run rampant. So I'm proud of you. Don't take on a man on his own home turf. Fight your own battle. Be Doctor Strange. Don't be Beardo. I'm proud of you. Okay, what are you paranoid about?
People, of course, right? It's people. It's always people.
It's what's wrong with history. I'm telling you.
Right. No, let's be real just for a second, right? I think we're starting to finally make some traction, and we're getting people trained along the way. We're doing some training that makes sense for the roles that they're in, and they're starting to realize that every person in the organization has to be the eyes and ears of the cybersecurity folks.
That really is the biggest thing. It's just like the safety issue. When safety stopped being a proprietary issue and became a series of best practices, and therefore became something where you really kind of imbued a culture of safety, a lot of the companies that really thrived found that it really worked well doing that. And it's the same sort of thing. It's about an across-the-board buy-in of every single person on the team in the logistics sector, the drivers, and all the way down. I always start drivers at the top of the pyramid. Forgive me. I find administration and CEOs at the bottom. But it really comes from buy-in, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And we see it from the drivers all the way up to the C-suite, whichever way you want to put the pyramid. You know, in conversation with some drivers, and you show them just a couple things, they're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that that was capable. I didn't know that that was possible. And what you're telling me, Artie, is that if I do this, I could put my entire organization at jeopardy. And I'm like, unfortunately, the answer is yes. And they're like, we just have to be better at this. We have to be better all the way across the board, because without the organization, in most cases, I don't have a job. And so all of a sudden it starts to click all the way across the board. And now you've got people, you know, in accounting, you've got people in dispatch, you've got everybody kind of concerned. And, you know, and I hate to say very cliche, but you see something, you say something, and then you have a team effort to make sure that it doesn't infiltrate the organization or cause the organization downtime.
Let me ask you a question. Let's get to some hard examples too. You're saying, Marty, if I do this one little, Artie, if I do this one little thing, if I make this one little thing happen, give us an example of what. Let's be positive too. If let's rather than saying if you don't pay attention to this. I mean, we spend a lot of time scaring the ever living bejesus out of people. It is National Poop Day. I'm not kidding. That's a real thing. So we're scaring the poop out of people. But give us a positive example? Like if you look for this and you catch it, or you don't do it, it's really going to help the company.
Well, let's just say that you receive an email from a trusted vendor, right, that says, hey, look, we've went through some accounting changes and we're changing our bank and routing numbers. In the speed of the industry and the trust of the industry, that's a normal request. The downside is, or the good part is if you just take that extra second and verify, pick up the phone and call that trusted person at that other vendor that you're working with, and say, hey, did you send me an email about changing your banking information? And if that answer is no, then you have other steps. And that's the logical progression of changing the culture in an organization to put some, additional steps or some additional vetting in place. And we're seeing more and more of those good news stories where people aren't sending a $10,000 vendor check to the bad guys.
The other problem is the fact that you work in the particular area that you work in, and the sector of the transportation industry is so based on results. You guys are based in an industry, part of the industry where no news is absolutely good news.
You are absolutely correct, and sometimes the team doesn't get their due props because of the fact that no news is good news. When you think about reputation and speed of delivery and all of those aspects, right? No news is absolutely good news, and it now becomes part of your process. It's like the safety center for, if you want to make a direct parallel. No news in safety is good news in safety, right? If you've got 1 million miles with no problems, well, then your safety program's working. If you've gone a year, 18 months, 2 years without a cyber incident, then you have a pretty good idea that your cyber program is working.
Which means you have to double down then. That's the other thing too, because the moment you kind of go, look at that, we've gone 2 years and nothing's happened, then you got to get really paranoid. I'm not being funny or glib. It's the absolute truth where it's like, okay, well, they have figured out that we're not easy to get to, so they're going to try out the next series of tricks on us as well. Because Dave loves to say this. Dave has a great line. I've got to stop every single thing coming at me. The bad guys, it's only got to work once.
So that's a true statement. But if you flip that around, which I think is what we're in the process of doing in the transportation industry, if I stop them at any point in their attack or their bad actorness, whatever you want to call it, right, they have to start all the way over. And I think that's the part of the industry that we're flipping the script, where we don't have to be right every single step and they only have to be right once. We just have to catch them at one step and then they have to start over. And that's a good thing.
That's a great thing, by the way. We can actually, that's the thing too, is that if you can collapse a network, you set them back seriously. The other thing is too, is that I will say I am terrified. There is no place I am more terrified of AI. And I'm a guy who understands it. I'm not just one of these people who put his heads in the sand. AI scares the hell out of me because of its ability to mass replicate a lot of these strategies and just basically turn into like 1,000 monkeys eventually will type the works of William Shakespeare. That is one of the other big concerns I have as well. How concerned are you about the growth of AI in regards to cybersecurity fraud?
I think if we go into this with both eyes open, and you alluded to it, I call it the ostrich method, right? The ostrich method is putting your head in the sand and just letting it take over and do what you need to, and let it do what it thinks it's going to do, right? The ostrich method does not work. That I will be upfront, completely honest with you about it. So when you install or when you start to use AI and you start to get involved with, the artificial intelligence, you have to think of the backside of that as also, because the more things that get automated through this AI conscript, right, the less time humans have to be involved. And that creates a problem. So as long as you have some guardrails in place and you understand the ethics behind it and the different governance that helps you kind of keep the AI bounded, then I think you're going to be in a good place. But to go in and say, and listen to that vendor's pitch that says, hey, this is going to solve all of your routing problems. It's going to solve all of your fuel problems, your maintenance problems. It may, and it may make them much more efficient. But at the end of the day, some humans got to be in the loop to make sure that AI doesn't get outside its bounds.
Always keeping humans in the loop is actually part of the pre-trip process, I guess. That really is what it comes down to. And if people start, we were talking about this before, both with fraud and with cybersecurity. If people make it part of their pre-trip process, they will find themselves in a much better place. Archie, I can't thank you enough, Artie. Artie Crawford, by the way, who is NMFTA's Director of Cybersecurity, has capably filled in as Dr. Strange to the beardo that is Ben Wilkins, and I can't thank you enough, brother. Thanks for making the time.
Absolutely, and I appreciate the invite, and make sure that people join us for our webinar on the 19th at 1 o'clock. We're going to talk about some new hot topics in cyber, and those are going to be the things that, they're up and coming, and they're things that are kind of new to the industry, but they have a lot of potential to do bad if used improperly.
Fantastic, by the way, guys. One more time with Feeling from the Top, nmfta.org. Get your information there. Find out what Artie and Ben and all those guys are cooking up to keep you safe out there on the highways. Thank you, sir.
All right, you take care, and thanks for the invite.
You got it, brother. Take a deep breath. Unlike Mussolini, over here at Radio Nemo, we actually do make the trains run on time. You know who else makes the train run on time? Michelle Malsky. If you head on over to springrecruits.com, and you can find them on the Book of Face, too, at Spring Recruits. If I was going to point somebody over there, you'd run into Michelle, who not only is she a member, she's actually the founder. President and founder of Spring, Michelle Malsky, joins us this morning here. Good morning to you. How you been?
Hey, how are you?
I don't have any complaints, except for the fact that you are now joining us for the second to last Nemo Nation ever. And it's great to have you. It's great to have you.
Thank you.
We love having you. Okay, I got a great question. I've been cooking up a question for you, and I think this is going to help. If you were going to point to one issue or news items to get folks excited about a career in railroads, what would that be?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, I find all of it sexy, so, we could be here for a little while, but I think something that's really cool and interesting is some of the tech that we're bringing into just our everyday life at the rail industry. It's not your grandfather's railroad anymore. It's really some of the precursors, the sensors, some of the data that we're gathering each day, just doing some of the inspections. It's pretty cool.
So give me some examples, by the way, because I want to start first talking about the technology, but then we'll kind of talk about how data plays a much bigger role now in railroads, in rail yards, and how it affects the trucking industry as well too. So tell us a little bit about what you guys are onboarding right now and what you actually have got your eye close on, Michelle.
I like that, absolutely. Well, what we have to really look at is when you're looking at one train that passes you by at a crossing, there's cars going everywhere in this nation, and it's goods, everything from bulk grain to the TVs that you have inside of your living room. So everything's going to different spots, different ports, different customers at the end of the day. So how do we track that stuff? And so we're really trying as an industry overall to create new ways for to be more customer friendly, to be more user friendly, and to be able to kind of track that information like you can with the truck, right? You're able to kind of GPS locate where is my shipment, when can I expect it? And so with our very robust a network of partnerships that you have to consider, it's not just one railroad. There's over 650 railroads in the U.S. Coming up with kind of a unified way to be able to track some of those goods and where those cars are going is a first good example, right? Now that seems pretty basic, but when you think about how complex really that network is, there are a lot of moving parts there, literally. And so, just having better GPS data, having better sensors even on cars themselves, to identify if there's an issue, if there's a problem, having better ways within the tracks themselves, wayside detectors, different technology that we're picking up. There's even, I just saw a video on this, Norfolk Southern actually has this kind of high-speed camera, so every wheel that goes by it, it's taking thousands of pictures of each wheel and each apparatus that's around those trucks. And so it's looking for any kind of defects, any kind of cracks, and it's sending that data back to someone that's going to read and review all that stuff. So there's these little ways that our industry is trying to adapt and get the best information, not only just to us, so we can keep being the safest mode of transportation, but also so that our customers can start seeing too, where their stuff is, to be a little bit more on the cusp here of what we can do with technology.
All right, I want to pivot here just a little bit because this sets up my next question, which is, look, there's all kinds of training opportunities available given the fact that you're looking for people to fill all sorts of roles all across the spectrum of what it means to be in the railroad industry. So there's a lot of training opportunity, but what kind of experience are you guys looking for? What do you find that when you talk to your members, when you talk to the 650 railroads out there, what are specifically they looking for other than everything? Where are the real demands, and what kind of experience do people need to have walking in there to meet those demands? Some of these things can be onboarded with just intelligence, but some things require some background. Kind of delineate between the two.
Yeah. And really the answer is we're looking for everybody, like you mentioned. So it just depends on the different companies. And, of those 650 railroads that are out here in the U.S., there's all the contractors, suppliers, rail shippers, consultants, you name it. So there will be some companies that might have a little bit more resources and have management training programs, have internships. So that's a really nice way to kind of skate in if you don't have any background experience. And kind of the way, and we've had my dad on here before too, the way I got in the industry is my dad's in the industry. And that was kind of the old school way of, well, you knew somebody or your family worked in the industry, and then that's how you kind of got involved. But that's really going away. There's not that many stories like that anymore. And so you really do rely on the internships and some of the different management trainee programs that are going to tech schools, veteran bases, Ivy Leagues, you name it, that are just trying to get people interested in those different types of, whether it's marketing, finance, operation, safety, to get them involved in those legs of our industry. But me as a recruiter, the cool thing that we get to see is we touch a little bit of everybody in the industry. So what I mean by that is we're able to see some companies that are a really small mom and pop shop that they have such a good culture. They have a lot to bring to the table that they're willing to train anybody with kind of the right proclivities. So again, just depending on what things that I as a recruiter would say is, first of all, it's attitude and aptitude, right? So one, if you're willing to learn, it's a completely new industry to most people, except for me, some of the second, third, fourth generation people. But for people that are just being introduced to the rail industry in the first place, they kind of need a starting point. So if you're eager to learn, you're able to learn, and you can handle that, you can kind of drink out of a fire hose and just want to be curious, having that curiosity is the first step. I know that's a pretty subjective characteristic to have, but it is so important when you're trying to learn something new. And it is a completely new industry. So learning the new skill within that industry is then even a little bit more unknown. So you really have to have that hunger to learn. But I will say, again, being on the recruiting side, our trends change every year. And so last year we were looking for a ton of welders. This year we're looking for a lot of mechanics. So the dynamics do shift between, hourly and some of the salary roles as well. But it is interesting to kind of see, where the needs have been growing within the industry. And I will say there's a lot of marketing and sales, and there's a lot of tech jobs, a lot of data, a lot of even cybersecurity that goes into making our network safe.
By the way, Michelle Malsky proves every minute what a smart cookie she is, because we just had the cybersecurity expert on, and of course it has a big impact on you because, fraud and freight go hand in hand, and of course, railroad yards are often dangerous places for those kind of things. To really the problems where they begin there too. So they are the front line in the battle against freight fraud, kind of happening there. In regards to people who are in the trucking industry, if in fact somebody was going to make the move, and I'm asking, this is a speculative question, if somebody who is in trucking is going to make the move over into railroads, what kind of experience does he or she already have that's going to be invaluable for what they're looking for?
Absolutely. So there's a lot of roles, especially if you carry a CDL license of any of the grades. There's a lot of different opportunities for you to get your foot in the door that way. We have a lot of different machine-operated trucks. So whether they're on rail or near rail or in the foul of the track, there are a lot of opportunities to just come right in with that CDL and then, get trained up on kind of being close to the rail. What is the safety aspect of that, to be a part of what we call E-Rail Safe? It's kind of like our background and safety checks. So the grapple truck drivers, we have just regular CDL drivers. If you can handle any kind of machine, if you already have proven yourself to have one of those CDL licenses, there's other opportunities to learn different machines then from there as well. But the grapple truck, like I mentioned, boom truck, there are so many different, especially on the contractor side, there are a lot of opportunities to get involved if you have that CDL background and that license, and then we'll train you up on the rest of the stuff. But having that base qualification already gets you kind of a green pass to join our industry in a very easy and in a very well-paying way.
Okay, this is the last question for you. Michelle Malsky joins us, of course. We love having her on talking about the railroads and the prospects and possibilities at springrecruits.com. I wanted to ask you, when we first met, have you seen any progress? In the last couple of years, has there been more of a gravitational pull? Has the PR issue begun to resolve itself? And I know you feel like you always have more work to do, but are you beginning to get a sense of that maybe we're starting to turn the tide of people thinking, well, railroads are on their way out? Yeah, they're on their way out across the country is where they're out. Do you feel like you've made some progress in the last couple of years?
That's a great question. I think overall, we're starting to understand that, we're not the king employer anymore. We're competing with trucking, we're competing with Amazon, we're competing with all these different industries now. And I think what is starting to click is branding matters, and not every audience that we're talking to from the candidate perspective speaks the same language. So people that were born or in the workforce or coming out into being in the workforce in the 80s speak a completely different language than Gen X or millennials and everybody after that. So one of the things I think that we're catching on to, and we're not quite there yet, is one, the importance of your brand. Is getting out there, being relevant, being on the lunch menu, being just an option out there that people can consider is a huge thing. So being present, being out there. And then the other side of it too is just learning how to speak that language. Is it on social media? Is it an all emoji post on Twitter? Whatever the case may be, we have got to be able to continue to adapt to the language that next generation is going to hear. Because if they're not even listening or hearing us, and if we're not in the right spots, if we're not staying relevant, then we'll never fix that problem. And I just started a nonprofit actually called Hands-On Education from Railroad Employers. Literally, the acronym is HERE. So if you ever get into an acronym jam, let me know. I'm your gal. But HERE is essentially to do just that. It's a play on words. We are here. We are here to educate you. We're trying to make railroading sexy again. And it's a great industry with so many opportunities that just so many people forget about after your high school Western history lesson. So we got to get outside of the books and in your face is kind of the way I like to look at it.
Yeah, it kind of built the country, I mean, it's the reason why it's one of the biggest reasons we don't have slavery anymore, because it bankrolled the presidential election of Abraham Lincoln. Don't ever forget that, by the way. He was their attorney. Michelle Malsky actually is one of their great advocates. Head on over to springrecruits.com. On Facebook, it's Spring Recruits. Like I said, we've got more to talk about. We're going to try to get you on one more time on one of these days just to kind of talk about your love of railroads and all the other groovy stuff. Remind me the next time we talk also to tell you one of my favorite toy railroad sets. It's one of the most brilliant things. I'm just going to send you a text, and you can look at it and tell me what you think, okay? Sound good?
I love it. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle. We are going to take a quick break here and come back on the other side of this half hour with Ken Adamo, the other half of the DAT duo, the GM, the shipper, and chief analytics at DAT joins us. And Eugene Lean and Stream Malero is on the way as well. Don't forget Mike Royth is going to make his way over to us from NACFE. We got Diane Hutzel of the St. Christopher Fund and the Purple Wave Perspective.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
I told you on this day there were three very different turn signals. In 1964, four lads from Liverpool stopped 73 million Americans in their tracks as the Beatles arrived on the Ed Sullivan Show. Get a haircut, you hippies. It was not another day in the life. In 1951, Senator Joseph McCarthy claimed to have a secret list of commies embedded throughout the government. It was a lot of nonsense cooked up by him and Roy Cohn, but it was also the beginning of the blacklist. And in 1885, don't forget, who needs horses when you've got Carl Benz proving gasoline can move a load without a team of steeds? The Petromobile was invented. That's three different blinkers signaling a turn into three different roads, one brighter, one darker, and one faster. But nothing would ever be the same on this February 9th. Dave Nemo will actually be joining us at 10 in the center, 11 in the east on the second to last episode of Nemo Nation. We've got some new stuff coming, but we're going to take a break for a couple of weeks. We got some great stuff planned for you, but for the next 2 weeks, Andre Thibodeau and I, Phone Master Dre as he used to be known, now he is Andre Thibodeau, helping me produce this show, and we're going to be here till the last dog dies, and we're going to be here until the last guest arrives, and we got a whole bunch of people. We got 40 plus guests over the next 2 weeks, so we are not quite yet done. Like saying that we've had a dynamic DAT duo, and we will have had both of them on by the time the next guest is done. Ken Adamo, GM, Shipper, and Chief Analytics of DAT, joins us here on Nemo Nation. Good morning to you, Ken. How you been?
Good morning. I've been cold and waiting for spring.
Well, that we actually have a contract hit out on the groundhog. You know that, right? I mean, we got a shooting party looking for him. 6 more weeks of this nonsense. I don't know how much more I can deal with. Good morning to you. I'm going to go a little off script here and ask you 2 basic questions, and it's the same question reframed. Tell me one thing right now that makes you really hopeful about the freight market, and then something that is still giving you pause.
I think from a hopeful perspective, I think all signs are that the market is kind of past equilibrium and poised to recover, right? We've seen the long-term capacity trend catch up with where it was before COVID. So as everyone knows, we've been bleeding capacity for the last couple of years. It looks like that has ended, and we should be back on a path towards growth. And the recent back-to-back winter weather has rates considerably above where they were last year. So that's my point of optimism. My concern, I think it's the same as last time we chatted, was really just about demand. I don't think anyone really wants a supply-driven recovery. We want to see people buying things, moving, building new houses, putting additions on. That's all really, really great for freight. We want to see manufacturing, import volumes. And it's a little early in the year. This isn't a huge time of the year for that, but I'm always going to be a little cautiously optimistic, and the caution being that demand signal.
I'm gonna ask this, and I talked to your colleague Dean earlier this morning, but I want to make sure I'm really clear on this. And a lot of people, it's one of those crazy things, just like tariffs. You say that word, and people have a very different understanding of what that means. Supply and demand economics, demand side and supply side. When you say supply side, what you're meaning is that because the market is finally kind of self-corrected, finally, after a long slog of people playing chicken with each other, the people who are now left in the market are the ones who are left standing. Because they are left standing, they have a little bit more ability to control their rates. Because they can control their rates, it's actually improving the sector. What would really improve the sector, from what you're saying, is if more people started buying stuff. And if that happened, at some point those rates would go so high that other people would have to come in the market to kind of alleviate the fact that it would put too much stress on. How am I doing?
I think that could be framed up in an economic article for trucking perfectly. I mean, that, I think, describes it. I think the one thing I would add is before people can buy it, it has to be made or it has to be imported. That's primarily the 2 vectors with which things arrive here. So we're seeing some positive signs in the macroeconomic manufacturing and industrial data, but nothing concrete yet. So we need people to build things. We need people to buy things. And then if those interest rates come down, I think that could be even more fuel on the fire. There's 7 truckloads. Dean, this is a great quote from Dean. 7 truckloads of stuff when you build a home, right? So that's a lot of truckloads if interest rates come down and people start moving around again.
Let me kind of frame this way, because this is me looking into my crystal ball, and you can say, Jimmy Mack, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I think if the Supreme Court overturns the tariffs and says that is the executive branch imposing a tax on the American taxpayer without congressional approval, in that moment, the Fed, which is still under the control of Powell, then finally drops interest rates significantly, because the tariffs then free up a lot of the economy. And in doing so, the combination of that and a drop in the interest rate spurs the economy and begins to really turn this recovery into a genuine expansion.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, all these modern betting sites that have come up, I think probably the most realistic outcome is they block the administration from new tariffs, but given the havoc that it would cause in terms of refunds and whatnot, they may not go back and alter the tariffs that have already been put in place. But if what you're saying happens, I do think, especially if things are refunded, I think it'll be an absolutely astounding time to be in freight and logistics. Just think about, right, because the administration's not going to give up on this. They're going to pivot to other means that won't. They'll test the courts again. But there's going to be an interstitial period where I think manufacturers and importers are going to try everything in their power to get stuff landed before the next wave of tariffs come in.
Get while the getting's good, but of course, there's also the other one where the Supreme Court pulls a 1-2 punch on the president, where it waits and times it right until the moment before Congress flips, and then it's Katie bar the door. I'm actually being speculative here, guys. I'm telling you I'm telling you, I'm not picking sides here. I'm just kind of telling you how this could play out. Okay, if there's one thing this week that people should keep a close eye on, now that it seems like rates have once again gone up, are there any other things that could happen over the course of the coming week that people should really keep their eye on before we run out of time here?
I mean, the next couple of weeks, I think, are largely going to be the thing that I would leave your audience with the most is there's between 8 and 10 weeks between the holidays and when spring picks up seasonally that are the slowest time of the year on the freight calendar. And pretty much anything that the market can do to chop those weeks off and make them less painful for truckers is net beneficial for the entire year. So we've had winter weather, we've had a polar vortex. There's been a lot of protect from freeze shipping that happens that drives up refrigerated rates. So every week that goes by where rates remain elevated, which is atypical for seasonality, will bode well. It kind of resets the floor for the rest of the year. So ending on an optimistic note, I think we're probably in for another week of this weather. We'll see what happens next week, but every week we inch towards spring, despite the groundhog, I think will be net beneficial for trucking.
Really quickly, anything fun planned for this week on a personal note? You got any good plans to get yourself away from all this deep dive into the logistics and the freight and all the moving and shaking going on in the supply chain?
Believe it or not, it's going to be 50 degrees before it gets cold here in a couple of days. So as boring as it sounds, I can't wait to get out, wash the salt off my cars, spend a little time outside, and hunker back down for the next blast we're supposed to get over the weekend.
Let me tell you something, brother. I got a chance to drive my mom and dad to a Super Bowl party yesterday, both in their 80s, both in complete control of their wits, and simply just being outside in New Orleans and being in 58-degree weather with sunshine everywhere. I can't wait for you to enjoy at least a moment of that respite. Go have a great day, Ken.
Thank you for having me.
You got it, brother. Ken Adamo, of course, is a GM, shipper, and chief of analytics at DAT, who has joined us. Guys, we owe so much to DAT over the last 8 months. I can't even begin to explain it right down to Dean building one of the chairs that I am sitting in right now. Lean and streamed. It's Eugene. Eugene Malero joins us, senior reporter and editor at Transport Topics. He's on top of the federal government, covering elections, Congress, and federal agencies. You can find his byline, and you can find him making time at ttnews.com. He's also the go-to guy on the National Truck Driving Championships. I'm thrilled to have him this morning. Couldn't ask for a better group of guests in the final 2 weeks of Nemo Nation and Radio Nemo. Welcome aboard, Eugene. Great to have you.
Thanks for having me, Jimmy. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you as well. And thank you so much for all the amazing contributions you've made to us, not only on this 8 months on this platform, but over the years. We love having you, and we love having your insights onto the best people in the world, the American truck driver, but also some of the worst people in the world, some of the most interesting people in the world, and some of the great people in the world, Congress as well, too. Where do you want to start? There's a lot of stuff on your docket.
Yeah, so we're staring at another funding deadline for the Department of Homeland Security fiscal 2026 bill. This is important to transportation, Jimmy, because it has money for TSA, the Coast Guard, FEMA at a point now where FMCSA and FEMA have partnered to assist here with the severe weather, the winter storms that we're having. So we have a Friday deadline, and if Congress fails to meet that deadline or have a short-term funding bill for DHS, we could be seeing some furloughs, some pauses in services for these very crucial, essential services that the trucking industry and the freight industry relies on.
And that's I'm so glad you brought this up too, because the detachment of the larger bill from the DHS funding actually it set off a big sigh of relief among the country at large. Even people who don't follow this stuff know it means at least there's not going to be a shutdown in the larger way. But I'm glad that you point out so much of what is important in regards to the people who work in. Look, I used to do the weather, on the previous platform, and the weather service we offered was not of the major cities in the country. The only time we would talk about major cities is when we would give you the airports: Midway, O'Hare, LaGuardia, all of that stuff. And there are people in our industry who are directly affected by what goes on at both ports and airports and any place of disembarkation where stuff is arriving and stuff is leaving. That is where so much of Homeland Security actually calls its home. It doesn't call its home really in places like Minneapolis. It calls its home in places like Laredo. It calls its home in places like Savannah. It calls its home in like the Port of New York, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. This is really to not only help the metropolitan areas, as you point out, but these rural, smaller markets where communication is really reliant on, a federal grid. DHS is very important to that. And then, when you look at our airports, Jimmy, the TSA is under the umbrella of this DHS funding bill. And if there is a shutdown, TSA agents will be on furlough, and then there could be potential disruptions to the security at the airports, which could have a domino effect, as we saw last fall in that historic shutdown that we had. So this is a very important funding bill before Congress, and the politics of the day, cannot be ignored. You have the leadership from the Democrats and Republicans just going on the Sunday shows, acknowledging that they're not seeing eye to eye on not only, the ICE provisions, but the big picture Homeland Security provisions. So it does look like we're staring at the potential for, at least for the Department of Homeland Security, to have a series of either an interruption or a longer duration shutdown.
I have a strange question because and since I'm not an attorney, I get to ask it, which means I don't know the answer to it. Is there a way they can do further detachment? Can they simply separate ICE from this and allow the other stuff like TSA and all that stuff to get up to speed, or is it a one-size-fits-all situation?
Jimmy, that's actually a great point. That literally is what members of Congress are contemplating right now. The Speaker of the House, his team has suggested doing exactly that, of putting together a carve-out bill that addresses the Coast Guard, FEMA, TSA, and the other, the National Weather Service and the other little agencies under the Homeland Security Department, and address the ICE Democratic concerns in a separate bill. That is going to be debated in real time as early as today. They have till Friday to figure something out. What we're hearing from the Democratic leadership, Hakeem Jeffries in the House, is that they're not at this point willing to, contemplate that type of scenario. But with the clock ticking, a lot can change between today and the Friday deadline.
So is the belief among Jeffries and Schumer, and by the way, a couple of really libertarian streaked Republicans, is the belief that if they do the carve out, they lose their leverage? Because the real leverage comes from the fact, hey, you like your airports? Be ashamed if something happened to them. I hate to put it that way, but that's become kind of the rule of both parties these days. Be ashamed if something happened to that thing that you really liked, that you're going to get blamed for when it doesn't happen. I mean, is that kind of the thinking here, that the carve-out removes the leverage of those who are holding this up? Is that why Johnson is thinking about this?
Yep, that is how the sausage making, goes on Capitol Hill. That is precisely the calculus there, that with having the totality of the Homeland Security funding bill, you have that greater bargaining chip, with potentially getting your demands specific to ICE, whereas if you split the baby, let's say, then you can just have ICE in this little island. And what I forgot to mention, Jimmy, is that ICE itself has a backup funding. It's funded for, has this emergency reservoir of funding for 2 years that was approved in the big, beautiful bill. So ICE itself is not necessarily going to really shut down in a shutdown scenario. It's these other agencies, the Coast Guard, FEMA, and TSA.
Yeah, they're not going to carve it out. That ain't happening. That ain't going to happen then. I mean, based on that, that's not happening. He's not going to get his carve out. He's not going to get his carve out one inch. They're not going to give him. And by the way, although he has proved, I mean, people don't realize this, and this. The reason Johnson actually was allowed to kind of stay in his role and has been helped on occasion, just on occasion, by the Democrats, is unlike the former the congressman from California and other people who have tried to wield the gavel. When Johnson finally does give his word is good, but they're not going to give him this one. That ain't going to happen. Okay, we only got a few more minutes left with Eugene Malero, who, of course, you guys know is a senior reporter and editor at Transport Topics. What are you looking at for this week? What are you keeping your eye on along with the elections as well too? Because man, there have been some massive reversals of numbers that are happening. Or is the growing fear that there is a tidal wave coming going to moderate or allow things to move faster over in the House than they've moved before?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of buzz on the Hill that we're going to really see a sea change. The Democrats, at least in the House, are really going to flip it, and not only flip it, but flip it in a major way, take some big seats. The indicators being some red districts that have already flipped in special elections, and the off year of 2025 where we saw big wins for the Democrats. All of that is trending toward a Democratic win in the fall. With that said, what is reflecting on Capitol Hill is that you have the transportation leaders, the Republican leaders, really on overdrive to show legislative victories. And while we care about the highway bill, so the highway bill is actually on a fast track, and sometime before the end of the month, we can start seeing some major announcements on inclusions in that bill specific to autonomous technology, AI, even more money for truck parking. Truck parking got recently $200 million in a funding bill. There could be more money for truck parking, FMCSA. So the legislative agenda before the midterms, which is really on Capitol Hill before the August recess, looks like the White House and congressional Republican leaders want to have these major legislative victories.
And anything that anybody on the other side can throw a monkey in the wrench or an ointment in the fly, they're going to try to do that. Eugene Malero has joined us. If we get a chance to talk in the next 2 weeks, I'd love you to come on and kind of give a recap of your thoughts on the National Truck Driving Championships. I want to get at least one more of those in there before we're actually done with this platform, at least in this incarnation. Thank you, Eugene. Always love having you on. I'll tell Dave you said hello.
You got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eugene. ttnews.com is how I will end that particular segment. Is there anyone who does a better job straightening up the messy middle than NACFE's Mike Roth, who is going to catch us up on his cleaning up? Hey, Mike, good morning. How you doing, and where are we talking to you from? Where are your adventures taking you?
Well, good morning. I'm in Las Vegas. Here for 10 days and 3 big events, and I don't love the city, but, you got to be somewhere. It's at least warm and sunny and nice, so there's that.
So let's kind of talk about it then. So 10 days, that's enough time to actually have the city wreck you, which you're too smart to let it do, and plus you've also got things to do and places to be. Talk about the 3 events.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're into analogies this morning, but I call this the Goldilocks and the 3 Bears. I mean, we had ATD, American Truck Dealers, last week. Tough crowd, of course, for any of this. And rightfully so. So these are the great men and women and organizations that keep our trucks up and running. They have to sell them, they have to service them, they have to support them. And when you look at going from all of them being diesel to some being a mix of all these messy middle technologies we talk about, it's going to be a huge challenge. And so that was very interesting. I was able to be on the main stage with Jacqueline Gelb, their president, and had a lot of interesting time there last week. This week is another kind of eclectic group of challenges. One is with Manifest. It's like 5,000 people, and this is like the future of supply chain, I would call it. So this is entrepreneurs and startups all working on how to organize freight and move freight in more efficiently and help the industry be stronger. But they're not quite so grounded. I mean, there are a few industry people here, fleets and manufacturers, but most of it is the future of trucking, I would call it. And so that's an interesting crowd of, excitement around new tech and so forth. And then Geotabs Connect is also this week, where I think it's like 4,000 of their customers and collaborators around big data and trucking. So exciting. That's why I went ahead and came for the full 10 days, stayed over the weekend, caught the Super Bowl at a sports bet location, but I'm the least of the gamblers that you'll ever talk to.
Well, by the way, I have a friend of mine, I kid you not, he bet at the beginning of the season that the Super Bowl, he looked at the schedules of the team, and he looked at the schedule of New England, but he also took a good hard look at Darnold at his previous home and the defense of the Seahawks, and he bet $1,000 on that to be the Super Bowl. And he bet it at the beginning of the season.
Oh my!
He can literally take the year off. He can take the year
off.
Is
he taking us to dinner somewhere soon?
You bet your ass he is. I'm telling him point blank. It's my first cousin, and I said I just want a dinner. He's like, why should I give you a dinner? I said, because I didn't tell you not to do it, as other people told him not to do it, and he did. He looked at the schedules and kind of figured that out. Let me ask you a question. With the 3 events, I want you to give us a big picture sense of. And I think this way, and you might not, but I have a feeling you kind of sort of do. Is there a way to take all 3 of these events and kind of create a unified picture of something? Are you following me here? Is there a picture that can emerge from all 3 events combined into one kind of synthesized package?
So you just nailed the mission of NACFE. I mean, that's our job. So there are. In many things in life, and trucking, the future of trucking is one of them. The smartest forecast is one that looks at everything that could possibly happen. Let me just say, worst case scenario and best case scenario. I mean, if we literally looked at when we got up this morning and we looked at, okay, what's the worst case scenario for the day and what's the best case scenario for the day, we'd probably be a lot more things would be on that list than we think. So as we look at trucking and look at these events, that's exactly what we do. So I'm taking basically the same content into all 3 of these events, but of course I'm talking about it vastly different with the American truck dealers than I am with, well-funded, great technologies that are coming down the road or data people at Connect at Geotab. So you're exactly right, and how they all respond and what their inputs are to NACFE, that adjusts what our thinking is around it, because there's a whole lot of people that are engaged. I mean, if we don't pay attention to future technology, we'll get run over. If we don't pay attention to how these technologies might be sold, repaired, and serviced the same, and if we don't use the data. So that's why I brought it up this morning. I mean, I've got this unique moment here over 10 days to see it all, and that's what I think makes predictions and plans and efforts successful when you look at everything and not just get myopic about a certain part of the market.
Well, and the other thing is that you can also see if there's a possibility where some people's enthusiasm might bleed into others' pessimisms or others' concerns, or if the pessimism and concern of one organization might dampen the enthusiasm of another, and then begin to realize, hey, all these guys are here at the same time. Some of these people should talk, should get together and kind of work. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the answers and solutions are always somewhere in the middle. We have to appreciate. We have to appreciate everybody's come from, but I think it's like how tightly do you hold the blade of the knife? If you're holding it too tightly, you'll miss the opportunities. And so I think there's plenty of examples of people holding on to the past or what has worked in the past and got run over and basically were gone in a few years. So we have to be cautious of that, or conscious is a better word of that. But also knowing that we got goods to move and we can't putz that up either, and figuring out how to take advantage of these opportunities. Not everyone's going to be successful, and some are even snake oil, and we got to work our way through all that and figure it out. And that's why the run-on less and the messy middle has been helpful, because it provides the whole industry, including us, kind of a forum to chat about natural gas and about biodiesel and about battery electric and so forth in a way that is interesting, safe, and helps the industry move forward. And some of these are, becoming real solutions now for parts of the market. And And it's important, and we consider it a responsibility to help the players in those segments understand that.
Well, and that's the big thing, and that really is, as you said before, that's the job, is that your job is to collate a lot of different information from a lot of different interests, and not to temper anything, but to often realize that sometimes the over-exuberance of what I would call the tech sector sometimes, of the possibilities and the prospects, needs to be tempered by those who have deep concerns of, great, but how do I convince people to buy this? How do I convince people to buy this at this price point? But then in turn them to say, okay, so let's work on getting that price point down. And then it allows...
Exactly.
You go ahead.
Exactly. But we also have met and understand the other end of the spectrum too. Like, I'll never need a computer in my pocket. These smartphones are ridiculous, and now we can't even walk out and down the street without GPS on our pocket. So, it's all of it.
Well, and the other really great thing, and this is kind of the end of this segment, is the fact that you guys are actually ahead of the curve in one way that a lot of people aren't. A lot of people don't understand, who are working in these sectors trying to figure this out, that there's no way to figure it out unless you're in the field, unless you have turned the interstates into a laboratory, into a testing system to actually see if this stuff really works and if it functions, not just technologically, but culturally and emotionally in the space. And that's what why it's messy, because messy is about people's emotions. It's about people's emotions and how people deal with it. Mike, we're out of time. It always goes by so fast. You guys know Mike Roth. He's the executive director over at NACFE, NACFE.org. He cleans up the messy middle, and if he's not cleaning it up, he's racing to the next place to straighten it up. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right. We're going to go to the other side of this break. We got a long-form conversation with some old friends who send us an odd email. I'm not going to pick on them, Dre. I'm not going to give them a hard time, but I am going to talk about it before I bring them on. Well, it's an organization that Dave Nemo founded. Don't ever forget that when you listen to other platforms, you're listening to the house that Nemo built. There isn't a single person who actually works in media, in trucking, now, who doesn't owe something to Dave, even if it's simply just taking his format. We'll be right back after these messages.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
It's the second to last Nemo Nation. Man, it hurts my heart to a large degree to hear Claire's voice. In case you guys don't know, and you all know, of course, Claire and I have been married. We are rapidly beginning to approach that 10th year. This is our 9th. This will be our 9th anniversary this year, so we're rapidly approaching that decade in short order. Anytime I hear that voice, that warm voice, welcoming you back, you can always hear the smile in Claire's voice, and worked so hard on those imaging, and we got a chance to listen to them the better part of 6-7 months. So I'm thrilled that you guys got a chance to enjoy Claire's immense talent. You'll get another opportunity. We'll get something kind of going here. We got a lot of decisions to make and a lot of stuff to kind of sort our way through. But we're going to give you 2 more weeks of live content. Then we're going to swap over to an evergreen kind of content booster that we will figure out how to kind of deliver that to you guys and give you updates on our social media. You can go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe there. Had meant to launch a newsletter on Friday, but of course the content of that would have seemed very strange given the announcements we've had to make this morning and kind of take you through. I also want to point out before we get to our next guest, long-form conversation with Diane Hutzel of the St. Christopher Fund, I do want to remind people that Dave founded the St. Christopher Fund. He's one of the founders. So it was really funny. We got a letter. We got an email from them saying, we thought you might be interested in having an interview with the next topic. And Dave was laughing. We weren't insulted. It just was like, we keep up with every little thing that goes on over there, and we're really thrilled for them. It's a really terrific moment for them. I just hope, like I said, that a lot of people, often when I tell them that he's one of the founders of it, that he and Dr. John McElligott and others cooked up this idea that has continued to be there for truckers. And the wonderful people that run that organization have done so much with it and done so much with its growth. And a lot of our friends are over there continuing to be great stewards of that organization. And I just wanted to kind of remind people that when you listen to other platforms, when you often find that you go to organizations, you'll find that often you end up in a house that Nemo built. We pivot now to our next guest. You all know Diane. She's the Director of Philanthropy, and we're thrilled to have her, by the way. Congratulations, by the way. This is a wonderful thing for your organization, and I want to take as much time as we can unpacking it. But before we get to any of that, how are you doing today? How is the day treating you? There is weird weather everywhere. What kind are you dealing with?
It is definitely weird weather. It was 20 degrees when I left to take my son to school, and then it's going to be about upper 50s today and then in the 70s tomorrow. And we had snow last week, so it's just a grab bag here in Tennessee.
Oh, trust me, I know. We had a week of Lindsay literally having to call into the show. I don't know if you know the story what happened to Lindsay Lawler, but the meter got ripped off of her house. So before she could even have the power restored to her house, she had to pay for somebody, because the power company wouldn't come out and do it. She had to pay for somebody to immediately come over and reestablish having a meter on the house, or they wouldn't turn the power back on. So they had to pay for that. They had exploding trees everywhere. Literally, just made a wreck of their house. So we understand. Man, last week was a lot of logistical stuff trying to get back on the air and play some games that way. So we get it. We get it. You guys have been through a lot, and we're glad you're starting to see the other side of that. Tell people about the good news. I would say this is a moment when golf and the power of giving get together.
Yeah, we had a record-breaking year this year. Travel Centers of America, for the last, we're going to say since about 2018, 2019, they have hosted a golf tournament, and they split the proceeds with us here at St. Christopher's, but then also with Truckers Against Trafficking. This year was a record-breaking year, and we brought in over $100,000 just from that one event that they, supported and promoted, and it's just a wonderful feeling, especially in a year when the trucking industry is kind of taking a licking and the economy is kind of not great right now. So it's great to see that there are so many community partners out there in the trucking industry that still support St. Christopher's and everything that we do. It's a good warm fuzzy feeling, I'll tell you.
Well, the other thing is it reminds me a lot of the Jerry Lewis telethon. I don't know if you remember this, but there would be bad years economically, and there was one year, this is a crazy story, where it was the year after 9/11, and the firemen of New York came to present a check, and Jerry Lewis was very, very, saying like, I'm the fact that you guys made it at all is kind of extraordinary.
Yeah.
And then they gave the check, and they had doubled the amount they gave the previous year. And,
Wow.
And
Yeah.
and of course, Jerry Lewis, we did the old trick where he looked at the check and then broke up and pushed it against his heart and then announced what had happened. And but the truth of the matter is that people, when the chips are down against them and sometimes they're struggling, it's just amazing how people step up to help people in need. who are there for their friends when they need them. And it's a great reminder that it's exactly this kind of economic atmosphere, which is why the St. Christopher Fund was invented, correct?
Oh gosh, absolutely. I mean, we put all of our time and our energy and our love into supporting the truck drivers that are in our country that we call them, they're our highway heroes. They're the backbone of the country, especially when you consider, 73% of everything you touch every day was either brought to you in its raw form or in its finished form by a truck driver. People kind of forget that. I mean, everyone remembered in 2020 when you weren't getting your toilet paper, but everybody's kind of settled back in, and it's kind of normal, and you don't really think about where, when you pull something off of your grocery shelves, where did that come from? And so you have a lot of drivers out there that are struggling, especially you've got independent drivers, that might not have the best benefits, or, they're trying to pay their employees, and so they're struggling. So it's a tremendous joy to me to be able to do something to give back to the community. It's something I tell my 17-year-old every day. There's people that have more than we do, but there's always people that are going to have less. And so we need to be there to help the people that we can. And so it just makes my job at St. Christopher's a million times it's joy every day. You can't not love what you do when you get to help people. And it's wonderful when I get to go out on the road and actually get to meet the drivers that we actually have helped. I'm really excited. In a couple of weeks, we'll be in Louisville for MATS this year. And, you get to see the people, to see the families that we've helped is just, it's a heartwarming experience.
Yeah, and it's meant so much to Dave. This will be the first Mats in a long time that he won't be attending. But, you guys mean so much to him and have meant so much to him over the years, and his relationship with John McElligott has made such an impact on him. And it's always kind of amazing when you think about the fact that so much of this was cooked up on trailers on the roadside of just a guy going out there and being like, hey, let's just make sure that your health is okay. We know you're getting your DOT physicals, we know you guys are getting that, but why don't we give you a little closer look and see if we maybe find out if anything else is going on to give you the really kind of look over that you deserve. It's funny because the last time when you talked to Dave, you and I didn't get a chance to talk as much as I would have liked. This is really kind of fun because you might be the perfect guest for our audience because so many of our listeners love comic books. So many of our listeners, well, it's better than that. So many of our listeners actually are Eagle Scouts. We got a couple of Eagle Scouts that are regular listeners to this show. My brother is an Eagle Scout. It's even better. My brother's an Eagle Scout. He's also Order of the Arrow. Which, as you know, is a very big deal. This is really this is crazy. Do you know that there are two very famous Hollywood film directors? One is alive, one has passed on very recently. You know that both David Lynch and Steven Spielberg were both Order of the Arrow?
Now, I knew Spielberg was, but I didn't know David Lynch was.
David Lynch was. And David Lynch, they always asked David Lynch, was there anything about your background that would suggest the kind of movies that you made? And he said, absolutely not.
Yeah, I am definitely boy mom. My 17-year-old, he's finishing up not just high school, but finishing up his Eagle Scout project. And, it's going to be a great few months. It's going to be busy. We've, with the family stuff and travel. And then I am very excited. In just a couple of weeks, I'll be in Orlando for the Truck Carriers Association meeting. So I get to do that one for the first time. But yes, definitely proud of my own soon-to-be Eagle. And I tell people part of that Eagle Scout is a little bit of mine because I've been doing Scouts since he was first grade for a minute now. So
we used to do on the weekends. We had a segment on the show where actually for about before my wife actually started their graduate program, before Claire Marie started the graduate program in sound design. When we did the show together, we had a 15-minute segment where we would go through all the requirements of a merit badge. So we would pick one merit badge and kind of show people that. I tell people all the time, I want to be an expert in something, that I've never been an expert before and have like not an expert, but have a good knowledge of it. I'm like, dude, rather than trying to look it up even on ChatGPT, don't be an idiot. Just go over and find your Boy Scout merit badges. Because that literally can get you up to speed. You can actually, if you don't know the first thing about first aid while you're on the highway, you can check with the St. Christopher Fund. They can help you out, but you can also go and get the merit badge for it. it
yeah.
would put you in great shape. I have to ask you in regards to merit badges, are there any that you were thrilled that you were able to kind of go through the process with the boys and kind of get your own sense of knowledge you didn't have before?
Well, not necessarily a sense of knowledge, but and this was one back when there were Weeblos, which is about 7th grade, and that's right before you become if you're a Cub Scout and right before you become a Boy Scout, and it was the swimming, you know, and so that was the last one that we had to do, and so I had half a dozen, you know, boys in the troop, and so half of them were like little fish, and they were just jumping into the 15-foot, no problems, jumped in, swam out 20 feet, came back, and then you had a couple of boys. Including my own son, who, you know, he's 11, 12 at the time, and he is not an underwater swimmer. It's not his jam. And he stood there and you could see it. And I'm in the water and I'm like, you can do this. And with Cub Scouts, you don't even have to do it. You just have to try. And so I said, well, if you don't want to do it, it's okay. You'll still get your, you know, and he says, no, Mom. He says, I'm going to do this. He says, you know, and so he jumped in and popped out and was just so proud of himself to see him to accomplish that and to see all these, you know, the other couple of boys that were a little bit nervous too. And the face of these kids were like little fish. You know, to see that accomplishment. And I know even though Jack pulls it, he kind of, you know, shrugs it off like your typical 17-year-old boy. I can see he's proud of himself because, you know, only 4% of those that join Scouts actually attain the rank of Eagle Scout. It's pretty impressive. You get college scholarships, you get ranked in the military a little bit faster. I mean, there's a lot of prestige and you learn so many different things. So we're building a fire or your health and, you know, first aid. You know, you learn, they teach them how to cook. They teach them how to sew on buttons. I mean, it's simple things. And then also they've expanded, which you might not be aware of because they've added the badges that you have to earn. You know, it's civic responsibility. It's basically teaching you how to be a good person, which is part of the whole, you know, Scout oath and motto and everything. But yeah, it's rewarding to go through that. So huzzah to your listeners that are Eagle Scouts. I know what it takes, and to their parents that were behind them, hopefully pushing them.
Our good friend, the Paranormal Pie Man, who's a regular contributor here. As a matter of fact, Dre's going to help me out. Every time he shows up in the morning, we both go, yo. He actually is an assistant scoutmaster, and he wanted me to let you know that over in the chat on YouTube. So we have an assistant scoutmaster as well, kind of make it happen. I got to tell you really one quick story. I don't want to. I want to get back to all the wonderful things that are going on over there. One of the proudest silly moments of my life was I was at a summer camp, Boy Scout summer camp, and they had this thing where. Some of us could already swim, but other people were earning their swimming badges, or you know.
Yeah.
So they had this thing where they just basically put a watermelon around this dock area, and they had us all jump in, and whoever got the watermelon up to the top of the dock. I mean, this is kind of silliness that only happens in the 70s. If you could get the watermelon out of the water, then your troop would get the watermelon to split. And I actually did it, and the way I did it was chaos everywhere, and I put it between my legs and just kind of waddled over underwater until finally when they realized what had happened, that it was up on the dock and I'd done it. I don't know why, but it's one of the proudest moments of my life because my
strategic thinking. That's what the Scouts teach you.
And we got to actually have a big giant watermelon by a campfire later on that evening, and I was very proud of that. Other people had marshmallows. We had them too, but we had watermelon as well. That's the joy of scouting stuff. Okay, so along with this wonderful thing that, you know, this wonderful gift from T.A. Petra, who've been friends to us for a long time as well, can you kind of talk about what else you guys got cooking from a philanthropy standpoint, what you guys are looking at? And then I'm going to get to comic books in a second as well, too. But go ahead.
We have a lot going on. We are actually growing. If anybody is looking for a position, we are hiring our second health and wellness manager. We, you know, obviously love being able to help financially support drivers, but, you know, again, let's put our thinking caps on. Let's keep everyone healthy so that they don't have to come to us and we can keep them on the road and keep their families, you know, secure and safe. So we're growing our health and wellness programming. You know, we do the Rigs Without SIGs, the diabetes prevention programs, the healthy habits for the long haul. And so the great thing about all of these health programs is they are all free. They don't cost you anything. And Lindsay does an amazing job overseeing all of those programs. You know, we're in the process of getting a new website. Just a lot of really fantastic, wonderful things as we come up on our 20th anniversary in a couple of years. We're really excited and rejuvenated by this last year. Like I said, the economy's been a little bit tough. And as the person in charge of bringing in those funds, it makes you a little bit nervous, especially when, next month will be my 1 year anniversary. So I came into this new, not just to St. Christopher's, but to the trucking industry as well. And so, there's that period of trying to figure out how to put your feet down solidly. But this year has just been wonderful with all of the new things. And we have some great new partners that we're working with. We're looking at doing something with Road Dog Care Company, which we met last year at Matt's. They have great stuff that they do. We're going to celebrate the fur babies that drivers ride with in May for Pet Appreciation Month, and we're kind of like the way they do with Super Rigs. We're going to have, instead of voting on your favorite truck, you get to vote on your favorite pet. So we've got some things going on there. We're looking to expand right now. We're just waiting on the I's to be dotted and the T's to be crossed. We do prostate and colon cancer screenings, which again, you can reach out to us and that's a free service. But we're also adding cervical cancer screening for women, which we're incredibly excited about because that's, really important. If you haven't had yours or if your wife's not had it done, give her that little nudge, keep them healthy. So we're really excited to be able to add that to it. And just kind of continue to grow. We've worked on some strategic planning and, how do we top what we've done these last few years? And so it's a challenge, but it's a fun challenge because we've got a great crew that is in the office. We have a great board of directors that support us and give us ideas and are, just have been supportive of the new things that we've added. And so it's been a really exciting year. Matt's, we're getting it ready for, as usual, we have our silent auction that we're going to be doing that night. So if anybody wants to donate anything from that silent auction, again, I'm shameless. I'm just going to put it out there. We're looking. But then we are getting some great things in there. And so if you're there, please come attend and show your support and have a good time with us. Come by and see me at the table. Again, I will talk to you till the cows come home because I will talk all night about St. Christopher's and what we do and how we can help and what can we do to help our drivers. That's my big concern is, yes, I go out there with my handheld open, how can you support us? But for me, it's how are we going to be able to help those drivers? So we keep adding to what we do. Our third annual virtual 5K is coming up. So for such a small staff, we have a lot going on.
Yeah, you guys are always kind of in the thick of it. All right. One of the great things about comic books is that if you ask people their favorite toys or their favorite Saturday morning cartoons, you immediately date them. We instantly know their age. The great thing about comic books is that it doesn't matter. People often, you'd be amazed at what people gravitate towards. And you and I didn't get a chance to really dig into this the last time that you got a chance to talk with Dave. I don't know what your favorite comic books are. I just know you love them. And so
it's Batman all the way.
Which ones?
Okay, so first of all, my childhood cartoon that I watched on Saturdays was, with the Wonder Twins and Wonder Woman and Batman. Like
you and I are the same age. Wonder Twin powers activate.
That's right.
It was ridiculous, though. It was ridiculous because one of them was an eagle.
Brother,
Yeah,
I had an older brother and sister who got to be the Wonder Twins. I always had to be Gleek the monkey. It was terrible. But then after a while, I got to be Wonder Woman. You'd put your aluminum foil on your wrists and, I actually even have in my office, I have my own Wonder Woman tiara, but Batman, I like Batman. I just think it's a great story that, yes, you have to have a lot of money to be Batman, not as much as you think. I think it's only about $300,000 if you were going to start out to be Batman. But Batman's dark and creepy as he's supposed to be. I love the new Batman movie. I cannot wait for the next one to come out.
You know what? It's by the way, I have something really cool for you. I have a friend who actually worked was the script supervisor on Penguin, which meant that she worked.
God, that was the best show.
She worked closely with Matt Reeves. And everybody who knows the Patterson movie knows that he actually was using both Chinatown. He was using both Chinatown and Seven as his two comps, two comps that he was using. By the way, I asked her point blank. I said, I know you can't. I know you got an NDA going, so you can't tell me anything. And they do. They really get the stuff locked down. I said, but I know the NDA doesn't extend to what movie. So filmmakers often I don't know if you know this, Paul Thomas Anderson, when he made There Will Be Blood, he watched Treasure of the Sierra Madre every night until he made his movie, that and My Darling Clementine. So I said, so what movie is Reeves watching? I said, so what movie is he watching? And the response was, he's watching Prince of the City, and Harvey Dent is in it. So let that land. That she could say because they'd announced an actor had been cast as Dent, and she said, I can tell you Prince of the City, and if you know that movie really well, you know exactly where this is going. So it was pretty terrific, by the way. I'm a pretty good Batman fan. I'm a big Bernie Wrightson and the Illustrator fan, and the Batman that he did, that horror gothic wonderful artist did, were the two he did a Swamp Thing and Batman mashup. And, of course, he did The Cult, which is just a terrific graphic novel series. If you haven't read that, Batman the Cult, where he takes on that.
I don't think I've read that one yet.
It's beautifully.
I'm a big fan, if we're of that same generation, of the animated series, which that came on in my high school days. Like that, it kills me that that's 30 some odd years old, and I'm like, I can't be that old, Not right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got bad news for you.
I know.
But you are
I
younger than me. Feel better though, because when Batman the Animated Series comes out, I'm already in college because it comes out right after
I was a senior in high school when that one came out, so not too much.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to make you feel as good as I possibly can here. I wanted to ask you. We talked about the idea of, like I said, we talked about the idea of getting those prostates checked, about people making sure they take care of all that stuff. Just kind of give us an overview. We know you're going to MATS. We know you're going to TCA. What does the next week look like for you, though? I mean, just give me an example of what a week in the life of the Director of Philanthropy at the St. Christopher Fund.
I like how you phrased that so much nicer, because the 17-year-old just went, Mom, what do you do all day? One of the biggest things that I've been working on, and this is probably going to bore everybody, but we have a new database where we keep track of all of our donors, all of our supporters. I am very donor-centric. Like, I appreciate every dollar that we get, whether it's the $100,000 from a golf tournament or we have donors that give us $5 a week. Everyone is on that same level with the same appreciation and gratitude that I have for them. And so I have a new database that I'm trying to work on the transition from the old ones to the new ones. So you're talking about 300 names and addresses and giving histories and everything. But the great thing is this is going to make me be able to keep in touch with our donors on a more regular basis. We've been doing a lot more sharing of, we do the Highway to Hope podcast. And so just last week, I had done the podcast with Lindsay, our health and wellness manager, about the cervical cancer screenings. And so I shared that with all of our donors. When we have testimonials that I want them to see, this is who your money is going to, not just it's going to St. Christopher's, but this is who you're going to. Also working on grants, which my superhero identity is Grant Girl. And so I write pretty words. So my Jedi mind trick is just researching new grant sources. Again, with the economy being what it is, we don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. And so we're constantly looking for new sources of revenue, whether it's individual donors or corporate donors or fundraisers. We're going to, expand what we do so that we can offer more services, that we can offer more funds, that we can help more drivers. We never have had to tell anybody that qualified, no, we can't help you because we've run out of funds, and we plan to keep it that way. And so, yeah, that's kind of big this week. There's, a couple of other meetings. We've got one that's going on with another trucking company that wants to figure out how they can incorporate our health and wellness programs for their drivers. Like what kind of partnership? We don't really know what it's going to look like quite yet. But we're working out the details on that. So it's just a matter of growing and expanding and getting our footprint out there so that people know. We hear a lot of times from our drivers of, I'm so glad I heard about you because, we were about to have our utilities turned off, or we were about to get kicked out of our apartment or whatever, because we're behind on the rent. And so, we're often that last ditch effort for people. And it would be nice if we could be on their radar a little bit sooner to kind of alleviate a lot of that stress and a lot of that anxiety. And of course, when you're sick, that does not help your situation at all, that you're worried about that kind of a thing. And so we just want our drivers that we help to be able to focus on staying healthy, like getting themselves healthy. And so we're really working to grow and to get people to know what we do, to have those trucking companies know that we exist so we can be a resource for their drivers. We have a lot of great companies in this country that are so great to their drivers, but they can only do so much after a point, and that's where we kind of step in. We are one of a kind. I have yet to come across any other nonprofit that does what we do. And as you said, it's kind of a funny story as to how we came about. It wasn't this long thought out, okay, we need to help drivers. It was just Dr. John doing all these DOT assessments going, there's a lot of drivers that just have health issues. We need to do something, and that's pretty much how that started.
Yeah, and then Dave Nemo,
that's
and then
that's
Dave,
the cliff note.
and then Dave. I'm not picking on you. And then Dave Nemo stepping in and making it happen with him, giving him the platform that he needs. Like I said.
Oh, we would not have had the traction that we had without Dave. I mean, we all know we appreciate everything he does, not just for us, but just for the people on the road and just regular normal people. And that's kind of, we're there just for regular people. It's like I said, there's people that have more than us, but there's people that have less. And so we're blessed that we get to have the opportunity to help those people. So it's a blessing. So definitely thank Dave on that.
Will do. Diane, one of our favorite people, has joined us this morning. Go to truckersfund.org. I always wanted to say, because trucking research is ATRI, truckersfund.org is where you want to go. All kinds of groovy stuff. If you guys can, make a donation to their silent auction. If you guys can, make a donation. It always goes towards helping people have improved lifestyle outcomes on the highways and byways. Thank you, Batgirl. Appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Anytime.
She's also an oracle of sorts, by the way. Thrilled to have her on. Yeah, you caught that. I knew you'd catch that of all people. We're going to take a really quick break here, come back on the other side, and I'm going to hand it over to Dave Nemo, who has now walked into studio and is going to be behind the mic on the second to last episode ever of Nemo Nation. Thank you guys for being so patient with us this morning and so decent. It's been a terrific show. Fast, Andre. Woo! Fast. Go to trucktown.com. 50 states, 8 provinces. Get out of the ditch. They've been getting you out of the ditch since 97. Get you back on the road. We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Going once, going twice, sold! And welcome to the Purple Wave Perspective, a chance for Dave, Nemo, and Don Nash to talk market conditions, economic factors, and top challenges. Ultimately, it's about getting the perspective of when to trade and when to maintain. So grab a cup, settle in, and see what's on the auction block. All of it brought to you by purplewave.com. And now, here's Dave and Don.
Would you like me to hand it over to you, Dave? I can happily do that.
Do
Good
a
morning.
handoff. I won't fumble it.
Yeah, I'm just going to put the...
Don't sack me, though.
Well, you're already... Don't sack me, bro. Don't sack me.
Half
Actually,
a dozen sacks.
oh, my God.
My favorite quote of the
that
day.
was like... I mean, and by the way, they did that with only 4 down linemen. Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, we're going to kill you. I mean, they put the Patriots into a hurt locker, slapped the pain combination, and opened up a can of whoop ass on them. Unbelievable.
All at the same time.
All at the same time, brother. I'm gonna let you do the introduction here. It's good to have you. I'll be back in a little bit, but I'll give you and Don a chance to shoot the shinola.
All right, sir, with Sir Donald Nash. Hey, Don, good morning. Hey, Don, good morning. Wait, did we lose Don?
We should have not. He should be there. We just heard him, and he disappeared for a second. So I'm gonna let y'all kill for a second while I. Oh yeah, he has some loss. So I'm gonna see about getting him back on real quick.
Good morning, Dave. How
Good
are
morning.
you? Well, I got to tell you, man, I feel like that you are meta in your own way. I'm gonna pick on you because I get a chance to pick on you just 2 more times here, and then next Monday for a little bit as well too. The comic moment here is the fact that I realize that I am like literally like moving the trains on time. I think it is your natural style, your default, that without stumbling there is no Nemo. And I think it's got nothing to do with you. I don't think it's like because you're incompetent. I just think like there's this aura about you that if the ball doesn't end up in the rough, then the shot isn't as cool getting out of it.
Well, you know, you just reminded me. You know, we make a point that we're within walking distance of the original home of the road gang back in the early 70s. And the late John Parker, the Dean of Truth, brought a new girlfriend up to the studio one night, you know, to see the radio station. Everybody wants to do that. And we're standing in the hallway right outside the studio, and she walks up and she holds out her hand to shake my hand, and she says, "You mess up a lot, don't you?" Yeah,
it's been you have benefited from the fact that not only do you mess up in grand style like Arnold Palmer, you find yourself in the rough, and then with a little bit of dashing daring, do hit your way out. You've often been assisted by some pretty great shotgun riders, and we got one on the air finally. We got him back. We lost him again, Dre.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead. Well, no, wait, we got him back.
We got him back.
Okay.
If we lose him again, we're getting him on the phone. Okay,
Yeah.
How about that?
You there, Don?
Don, we'll be here as long. We'll be here until the final dog dies. We're here with you.
I'm gonna give him a call.
We're gonna give him a call.
Okay.
All right.
Man, it's been, like I said, clean show. I mean,
Yeah,
you could.
I know,
You've been
I heard,
listening.
yeah.
I mean, we've been moving through it. Dave shows up.
You know, while we're waiting to get hooked up with Don, I just want to say something really quick about St. Christopher.
Say it.
And I picked this up between the lines when you and Diane were talking. It seems to me that in all of these many years, and in some cases it's been many, in some cases it seems like yesterday, St. Christopher went from, please, can you help us, to now, hey, can we be part of what you guys are doing at St. Christopher?
Yeah, meaning the flip. The flip has gone from
flipped.
the ask to how can we help? And boy, this is really neato what you guys have got cooking over here.
Yes.
I mean, and that's a big difference. That's a real tipping point because it means that it's captured the imagination. Okay.
Okay.
We're going to try this one more time. Don, we blame Dave. His simple presence makes things go haywire. It's good to have you. How you doing, man? I'm going to let you guys shoot the breeze. Good to have you, Don.
No, thanks for it, and apologies for the tech difficulties. I'm not sure what's going on, but
We
old
never
school
do.
telephone in works too, so I like it.
Yeah.
Technicalities. I love it.
Technicalities, that's right.
Technicalities, I like that. That's good. That's good. Well, good morning, Don.
Good morning to you, sir.
What was your takeaway from the Super Bowl last night?
And I can barely hear Dave. So.
Oh, okay. We are just making it work as it happens, aren't we? How's that, Don? Can you hear me better? Is that better?
I can hear you better now, Dave. Sure
Fantastic.
can. Mm-hmm.
What was your takeaway from the Super Bowl?
Well, I lost some money on it, so there's that. So.
Did you really?
Well, I didn't.
How did you manage
I thought
that?
the spread would be a little bit. Actually, I was betting in the right direction, Dave. They just came back a little too hard at the fourth quarter and covered the spread a little better.
Oh my goodness gracious alive! Okay.
So yeah, well, it happens. It happens. But no, it was an all right game, I guess, and that kind of be expected on some of the forecasting for it. So, but anyway, yeah, it was. And I look at it this way, Dave. Today is the beginning of baseball season, so catchers and pitchers report here in about 2 weeks, and that's really where my passion lies, outside of trucks. So.
Ah, gotcha, yeah. Well, they one more thing, they bet on anything, right? So it's not just the score and the spread. It's like anything. I wonder who picked up or who lost the most on how many sacks there would be in a Super Bowl game. Holy cow! That became the focus for me.
It was a defensive game on that side. Yeah, for sure. That was sure. I'm sure somebody out there made some money on it. There's no doubt. So you're right. They bet on anything.
And that one, I think it was the last, or second to the last, or the last one where they got the ball away from him and made a touchdown. It was just crazy. Anyhow,
yeah,
you never know what's going to. And a lot of folks are taking issue with this now, but my recollections of like the earliest Super Bowl games, 50 years ago, they were like so boring because everybody was playing so careful.
Unless Dallas played Pittsburgh, and then it was good, and the rest of them just sucked.
Who was that masked rider?
The early ones were more about careful planning and running the ball, and it was, I remember them for
sure. Don't make a score, just
so.
Don't make any mistakes. So that's what it was.
That's right.
So I saw
that's
this.
Right. Everybody's watching. So.
Yeah, really. So I saw this article. Connor Wolf put it together on Transport Topics, and the headline reads: December used Class 8 truck sales gain year over year. And I took a look at it, and it included the used market, but also the auction market. And they quoted Steve Tam and Rob Slavin. Rob's with Richard Brothers. You know Steve, you know those guys, and Steve at Act
Well, I know
Research.
Rob very well. I worked with Rob for a number of years. That's right. So,
so they I don't have the expertise to kind of filter through to see exactly what Steve and Rob were saying about so much what happened. We all know what happened in December and everything, and we can compare that. And Connor put together a real nice, almost a chart in terms of what the numbers look like coming out of 2025. So maybe I thought we could pick up there coming out of 25. And then you've just talked to Steve about this same thing too.
Yeah, I had a conversation. It was kind of on a side topic, but we had talked a little bit about this topic a couple of weeks ago when I was on a call with Steve. It's one of the sales calls, but it's interesting. It is with the volumes actually picking up. And what I think the overall message to the market, and I think Steve as well as Rob would probably agree with that, is that what we're seeing is a volume increase a little bit because of we've got fewer drivers out there, Dave. I mean, to be honest, I mean, if you look at it, we do have fewer long haul drivers, and a lot of the people that are exiting that market are turning over to more localized carrier operations. So you think your dump trucks and your last mile delivery stuff like that, really your medium duty stuff. So what that's doing is it's increasing a lot of the volume into that used market on the long hauls. But overall, the volume has picked up and the pricing hasn't dramatically increased. It's actually increased a little bit, as Connor's chart showed. It was about 6% increase overall. And it's kind of weird because I looked at that data and I couldn't make sense of it myself, and went through some numbers and through some of the other research groups and looked at it. And I think it's because we're finally starting to exit, or two things. We're starting to exit the surplus inventory and the older higher mileage assets that were coming out of COVID. It took that 4 to 5 years to get through that. So I think we're seeing the bottom of that finally. So newer equipment as on normal turn. And then we're seeing also the fact that we've got a lot more activity at the local and regional levels too, to drive some of this more localized economy, if you want to think of it that way. So I think some of that, and there's no magic bullet, I guess, is to think of it. So it's kind of, a little bit here, a little bit there. That's going to push a number this way, and it's going to pull it back down. Like the average miles, we're just, that's on this Connor's chart as well. It's down about 4%. The age is down a little bit too. That's indicative of the newer trucks that are coming back into what we call the normal turn of the vehicles, coming into some of these larger and mid-sized fleets where they look at their truck and say, hey, we'll keep it for the 4-year, 450,000 mile normal now. We don't have to extend out to that 6 or 7 year that we had to in COVID, just because of supply, because supply is coming back online, it looks like. So, but overall, I think we're also bottom of the kind of fleet recession of people. We've been about the third or fourth year into that now. So seeing that, we have those turnaway rates that are actually picking up. So that tells us there's some stability in the market now, that drivers are looking for better quality loads, not just any load, and that is pivoting to some profitability, I think, coming into the Q1, 2, and possibly 3 of this year, looking at us is what I see.
Don, I took a little note while you were speaking there, and I want to circle back to something you just said. It took about 4 to 5 years to kind of clear the COVID inventory, if that's a way to put that. We can't compare that to anything because the last time we had a pandemic, there were no trucks. They weren't invented yet, so there's that. Right. But what does that 4 to 5 year feel like to you and guys who you talk to, guys like Steve and Rob? It's normal because it's the only marker we have, so we can't compare it. But was that a little bit longer than you thought it might have taken?
Yeah, I guess it was in a way, because what we saw was that you've got these trucks that were, probably should have been turned sometime in 2022, 2023.
Yeah.
Because of inventory supply crunch, with the OEMs getting back online and not being able to produce as at the clip that they normally did, at that 235,000 new trucks a year, they had to pull that down back some. What that did was the fleet still needed trucks, right? I mean, every trucker is out there. You got to have the truck to move the equipment or move the assets and inventory. So they had to hold on to them, and so that holding on to, we had to just kind of wait that out through that inventory cycle for the OEMs. And so that added, 2, 3, 4 years on a lot of these trucks. So the trucks that we saw coming across in the secondary market, instead of being that normal 5 to 7 year olds, some of them were 6 to 8, 10 year olds. And instead of having that normal, 450, 550, maybe 600,000 miles on some of these trucks, they're pushing that, 750 to 800,000, some of them even pushing 900,000 to 1 million miles. So it really brought the average of the age truck up, and then the average of the mileage up as well, because they just elected to hold on to those trucks the extra 2 or 3 or 4 years. Initially, I would have thought maybe a year or two they'd have jumped right back into it, but they didn't. And I think every carrier had their own ideas about why. But, some of the trucks, it's just, they're good trucks. They're built very, very well, outside of some of the DPF issues that we've experienced before. But overall, they're fairly, good trucks to last to that 1 million mile mark. So I think a lot of the carriers saw that, said, let's just hold off on this and run those for a while before they get to be what we call a debt burden on their balance sheet on repairs and stuff like that. But yeah, it did take a little bit longer than I think most of us, especially me, had anticipated.
Yeah. And of course, it'll be another 100 years before we can get
exactly. So we're reaching back and we're starships to trucks. I guess we'll compare something like that.
It wasn't that bad in the early 21st century.
Right. Exactly. So, but you're right. There's no metric to compare this with, in history. So we're doing the best we can comparing it to, the data we've got on these cyclic economic ordeals with the freight carriers themselves. It's kind of normal. We see some cyclic activity where it goes through every 3 to 5 years or something like that, and it kind of repeats itself. But the disruptor of COVID really kind of threw that all out the window, and I think the parts are just now kind of settling. We're kind of taking a look at that, and it took a couple of 3 years longer than probably any of us anticipated.
I'm going to kind of switch gears again and go back to something else that I think you said. Basically, there's a bit of an uptick in let's say the class 6 and 7 market, right? And of course, those are not long-haul trucks, so those are regional at most and local certainly at best. I got a couple questions here. Okay, if my theory is, and it's just a theory, but I think it kind of plays out. Back in the mid-'80s, there was a cultural change in our society, and fathers wanted to be more dads, and they wanted to have more home time. And of course, that really butted up against what trucking was all about. And a lot of people in trucking just didn't want to be Uncle Daddy anymore, if you know what I mean. And that's the first term I heard back in '72 when I joined Charlie. I mean, that was like long gone. My point being that fleets responded to a great degree, really, beginning in the mid to late '80s, and started regionalizing, so you don't have to be gone all month. You can be home on the weekends and all of that kind of stuff. And so that is kind of tamped down now, and that's becoming less and less desirable to a lot of folks. So now the last mile platform is there. Is the last mile getting crowded?
I think the short answer to that, Dave, is yes. I think so. You see a lot of carriers that have started that last mile delivery operation component, whether it's a large carrier like a JB Hunt and several others. They have these last mile delivery services, dedicated services, down to your localized guys. It's some of these cross docking companies have been in the market a while, but it's from talking with them, it is getting very crowded because the availability of the Amazon effect is really what it comes down to.
And that's what I'm really talking about too.
Yeah, it impacts every part of our industry, whether it's from dwell time, the trailer sitting at the warehouses, to what shows up on your doorstep and how it got there. A lot of the independent and smaller contractors are available or do that now. A lot of those guys used to be carriers. Some of them have transitioned from the long haul directly down to the last mile that I see. Or they've supplemented. If they're a smaller carrier, they'll say, "Hey, I've got a couple of long haul guys. I can grab a couple of these, transit or medium duty assets and pick up a couple of, off the spot market or contract out through a FedEx or an Amazon or anything else, and add to my fleet and I'll add to my bottom line." But there's a lot of people thinking about that and a lot of people doing that. So it does enter more of a congested market, but it seems to be absorbed pretty well right now, to be honest. People are, yours truly included. I live just a mile and a half or 2 miles from the Walmart. But over the last, 2 weeks or 3 weeks up here in Virginia with all our snowstorm stuff, I didn't navigate the roads. I simply called and placed my grocery order at Walmart. It shows up on my doorstep 2 hours later.
When in Rome.
From smaller, yeah, exactly. So when the small things like that to the much larger, where people that have, 60 or 70 of those medium duty assets working for a contract under an Amazon or a FedEx or something similar. Yeah, that's becoming much more popular. There's some profitability to that, obviously, because that's what's making it popular. But I do think it is getting a little more congested because we do see a lot of those assets coming into the secondary market, have conversations with a lot of those carriers and stuff like that. But again, I think the overall message is that the market, even though it seems to be congested a little bit, seems to be absorbing it pretty well at this point.
I had a mental picture when I asked you that question, because yesterday, at about noon or so, I was leaving the house to go to the gym, and this kid was out in front of the house, and he was kind of blocking the driveway, but he was in like a Honda Civic. And I mean, kid, I don't think he was old enough to buy a truck, Don. And he's fumbling around in the back seat of the car, and he comes out with it was a package for Cheryl, my wife. And so I talked to him for a bit, and he's been doing this for a while. He wants to buy a truck, and he's using his car. And it made me think, I wonder how many other cars that you see in the neighborhood are actually Amazon deliveries, because to your point, there was a casino that closed around here, and it became a DC for Amazon.
Oh, wow.
So in other words, it used to be you can have it next week, to you can have it tomorrow, to you can have it by 5 o'clock this afternoon if you order now, and it's down the street. Literally now. So that'll overflow and boil over now, and then we'll have a disaster in that world, I would imagine. I mean, that's a Nemo speaking now, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that. I mean, because one thing in our industry is our propensity to kind of self-regulate our temperature doesn't work so well. Sometimes we kind of roll from the good side of the tire, and then we hit that flat spot again for a minute, and then roll to the good side, and then we hit that flat spot again. And I do agree. Yeah, there's a rush into that market, but I think it needs to be done with some of the caution that's out there too, because we see, right now, just on my plate here at Purple Wave, is that we've got 3 or 4 fairly sizable, bankruptcies for some regional carriers or distressed finance, and they kind of, try to outgrow the market a little bit. Probably is what I'm looking at. In other words, they try to add too much too fast. Got a little over leveraged on some of the equipment, and some of it's not quite in bankruptcy. It just needs to right size their fleet to get back down to the the number that they could work. But my caution on that is that you do have a lot of people out there that are running around in their Honda Accord to deliver, whatever you ordered from up the street from Walmart or Amazon in some instances, that are out there that have those, ideas that, hey, if I can just expand to the truck, then I get, 5 days a week 8 hours worth of deliveries instead of, the 1 or 2 every so often in the afternoon that I can work on. And that type of mentality is great. But, my caution to the market is make sure they've done their homework to see what all this is about. Talk to people that are doing this, pick a mentor, and discuss that with them about how they got into it and how they manage it and stuff like that. And find the ones that are successful, obviously, that are doing well that you admire. But it does have a propensity to create that snowball effect or the flat side of the tire we roll to when we hit that flat side of the tire, because we get too many people that tried to jump into it without enough forethought on some aspects of it. But so that is a condition that's out there for sure. There's a generational change afoot, as you can just note, a kid out there, in his car thinking about doing something like that versus a lot of the guys that are exiting the long haul market right now are, closer to my age and older. Now, they've been doing it for years and years and years, and they're, it's time for them to retire and stuff like that. There's not a lot of backfill in that long haul market right now, so that's why we're seeing also a kind of a surge in the sleeper class inventory and some of the degradation on the price points. A little bit on that, not so much, but overall, the whole trucking industry is lifting a little bit, and a lot on pricing, as Connor's article points out. And I think a lot of that has to do with the stability that's in that medium duty market and the day cab market. To be honest, they're kind of holding. I wouldn't say strong, but they're holding. They're not. They found a floor and they're standing on it right now, and they're not kind of drifting past that. So I think all that ties together with the exit from the longer haul market to carriers repositioning and refleeting to balance against what the logistics company and the Amazons and the Walmarts and all the others in the world are repositioning to get that stuff to you as quick as they can, in the most cost-effective way that they can. And a lot of that has to do with regionality and local carriers.
We're going to get to Don's pick of the month, of course. But before we do that, Don, and this is...
Yeah.
I don't even want to ask this question, but it's there. It's kind of still the elephant in the room. Now the question is, well, how big is the room and how big is the elephant? We have an elephant and a room, but what's the proportion here? The English language thing and all of these drivers who were supposedly be taken off the road, so those trucks are being parked. Nobody's coming in to take that truck over for the fleet.
That's right.
So are we going to see what? Are you already seeing language trucks out there, so to speak? ELP
well, yeah,
trucks?
That's a pretty good term for it, I guess. Yeah, to an extent. We see it on a little bit. I mean, it's a minority percentage, Dave. I don't want to say that it's like 10% or plus. It's probably under a 10% range of those coming in. Does it have a larger effect in the near term? Yeah, I think it does, because I don't think we have, in our stance, our vernacular, we haven't priced that in yet to the what we're looking coming forward to us in the next couple of 3 quarters. But yeah, from personally, I have seen that. We have seen a couple of smaller regional carriers that I've talked with and have sold some equipment for, where they lost drivers. because of that, and because they lost drivers, they have these trucks, and those trucks, they don't sit there and look at you and make money. They got to be in motion. So finding a driver right now is also pretty tough, and so that, and especially with the competitive market that we're in that medium duty space and driving a lot of people to it. So that we see those fleets, those smaller mid-sized fleets, or I say even smaller, and not even really some of the mid-sized, but you think of 50 power unit or less carriers. We see some of that transitioning right now, where they've got these 2 or 3 trucks where they got parked down because of a language issue, and so they can't find a driver to seat them in. So what they'll usually do is, okay, well, these were newer trucks or whatever, we'll roll them into the fleet and pull the older ones out and do a little bit of a right size for their fleet. So we're seeing a little bit of that, but it's a minority right now. But I think more of that is coming. But I still think, even when it comes, it's going to still be a pretty small minority percentage.
Yeah, I
all
agree
the
with
other
that.
impacts.
Yeah, because when they had when I don't know 10 years ago, when automated trucks first came out on the market and the headlines were reading. My joke was 3.5 million truck drivers out of work by next Thursday. And then the smoke clears and you find out. So the smoke really hasn't started to clear on the whole ELP thing yet, but obviously it's going to have an effect. But very quickly, we talk about how expensive all of these parking spots are that the government is building here and there. The most expensive parking spot, as you well know, is the one against the fence at the terminal. That's the expensive parking spot.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So
That's exactly
it is
right.
time to unpark that truck and talk about Don Nash's pick of the month.
We have got not one but two, kind of like we've done before. And these are 2022 Peterbilt 389s. They're sitting over in Hiawatha, Kansas. They will be auctioned off next Thursday in our truck auction. So I invite people to go to purplewave.com to check them out. They're coming to us from our friends at J6 Enterprises. Longtime customer with us at Purple Wave. Love those guys to death. Right in our home state, as a matter of fact, here in Kansas. So they've got a bunch of other inventory for sale too, but these two 2022s are very pretty trucks. See, I think they're black on black. Yep, they are. And mid-rise cabs, sleepers on them. One's hovering about 434,000 miles, and the other one I think is right there with it, somewhere in that 450,000 mile range, if I remember right. Let me pull it up, looking at it right now, so I'm a little behind. 492,000 on the other one. So both of them, plenty of life left. They're Cummins powered too, folks. They're not Packer powered. They're Cummins X15. So they're good, solid engines for you. And we're hoping we see good results out of those. And so far they're tracking really well. But you got one, but not one, but two of them. So take your pick or take them both.
I take more notes talking to you, Don, than anybody else, man. Thank you so much, as always. Really good conversation this morning. And say hi to Steve and Rob for us.
I will do so. We'll be catching up with Steve here pretty soon, I imagine. So I'll let him know, and I think I'll run into Rob probably a week and a half from now down in Florida.
Oh, fantastic. That's a good place to be in February.
Yes, it does. Beats the snow up here in Virginia. So.
Don Nash, everybody. And, of course, purplewave.com is the web address. Incredible website. You'll see the two 389s there and all of the other trucks, and not just Class 8 trucks or 6 or 7s either. All kinds of heavy-duty equipment there.
That's right.
Purplewave.com. Don Nash, thanks again, man.
Thanks, Dave. Good talking to you.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Let me tell you something. If our good friend Mike Gaffin could have just moved a couple of his numbers over to our numbers on YouTube, we'd probably be still in business, Dave. Straight up, that's the absolute truth of the matter. We never got video up. That was the last piece of the puzzle. We never got a chance to do it. It's the silliest reason. I actually asked at one point. I take puffs off an electronic cigarette. Anybody knows me knows I do that. I gave up the actual things a long time ago. But by the way, I was told that we were reserved on that. The previous general manager said, he goes, well, I'm just worried about Jimmy knows that if he smokes one of those on air, we're going to get pulled. I'm like, yes, because I've never been on a stage for 2.5 hours. I've never done that ever in my life. Never been inside of a church. I was like, what? It's insane, by the way. Come on, man. You know who Mike Gaffin is. He's the Boston trucker, friend of the show. Lots to talk about. You can find him, by the way, over on the tube of you at the Boston Trucker. It's good to have you, Mike. Welcome back. Welcome to the second to last Nemo Nation ever.
I can't believe it, guys. What's going on?
Well,
YouTube's tough. YouTube is really hard to build an audience.
Well, it's not just YouTube, dude. It's a lot of stuff as well, and it's just one of those things that I'm gonna tell you. It's not just a YouTube situation. It's a matter of we depend upon building this platform, dependent upon being able to finance it properly, and at the end of the day. And Dre and I were talking about this with Dean this morning, is that your first priority is your payroll. And if you start paying for other stuff besides your payroll, you get yourself in trouble. And Dave and I and everybody else just refuse to do that. And that's kind of it. That's the ball game.
Yeah.
But, we're thrilled to have you with us, though, man. Thrilled for you to be here.
Thank you. I'm not just a YouTuber. I'm an actual real trucker. So I'm outside chaining down an excavator. It's 12 degrees with 30-mile-an-hour winds, but I got to keep working. I'm happy. I'm so happy to be here with you guys on this monumental day. Unfortunately,
that's okay, brother. We got 2 weeks to kind of set right, and we'll figure out something else. We're all going to have some fun. Dave and I have been dying to kind of put together a. Dave talked about. I didn't know Dave wanted to do this, but I'm talking about. I have this fictional podcast, this spooky podcast I've been working on for years, and the only reason I couldn't finish it is because I stay up late at night trying to think about who I'm going to call for money the next day. Now that I'm going to have a little bit of time, I'm going to be able to work on it. Well, it turns out that Dave's got a little bit of an interest in getting involved in it and lending his voice. And I thought about 2 or 3 places where it would come in really handy. I'm going to come up with a fictional character named Remo Davis, a late night radio host, who keeps people on the roads and safe out there. But dude, you've been playing with some content. You've been playing with some AI stuff. You've been you've been kind of screwing around with some really fun stuff and getting a chance to make some things happen.
Screwing around is a good way to describe it. I am screwing around.
But you have to do that. That's what people don't realize, is that you only get good at this stuff. It's kind of like people who played solitaire on their computers when they first started putting computers on, right? You got to mess around. You got to make mistakes, and you got to play with this stuff if you're going to be tech savvy, right?
Absolutely. And it's crazy how long it takes to even get it close to perfection. Like, I'm making these 1-minute AI videos of these old school truckers. It takes me 3-4 hours to make a 1-minute video. It just doesn't happen. Just because I don't want people to be insulted, and when they see their loved one who might not be with us anymore come to life, I don't want them to feel like I didn't do them justice.
Have you seen any of these, Dave, by the way? What he does is he takes old photographs of old-time truckers, people standing by trucks, people driving trucks, people getting out of trucks, old truck stops, and the AI allows you to enter the picture in, and then based upon how it reads it, it brings it to life. So people are moving through time and space, but he's right, is the fact that what people don't get is that an AI is only as good as its prompt engineer is, meaning you've got to sit there and do all of this kind of microscopic work to get it right.
Oh yeah, and then you got to edit it afterwards.
Well, it also makes you realize what it is when people who actually make movies for a living, the ones that are good, you realize that if you're Ed Wood, you suck. It doesn't matter how much you love it, but it's like these guys who literally. I'm telling you, man, there are people who literally get like a minute of film done a day editing in a studio, and people don't realize that. It's why you hear about these
you're right.
6-week editing processes for movies. They're working
It
around
does
the
give
clock.
me a much bigger appreciation for people that do that for a living, because it's like I'm always editing. When I finish one project, I'm like, okay, now what am I going to do next?
Right.
And it just goes on and on. But yesterday I did one, had a little time off before the disappointing football game to do the legendary Southern Shaker. He's a legendary trucker from down south who's known for running fast cross country, and he had a bunch of bandits that ran with him, and everybody knew him. And so I found a guy named Cliff Whitley, who had a fleet of trucks out of Carolinas. He's got a great collection of pictures, him and a guy named Artie Daniel, and I've been borrowing their pictures from the internet, and I put a little tribute to the Southern Shaker and the bandits together yesterday, which got a lot of great views, so I was really happy. But YouTube's tough. I've been on YouTube since 2009, and I still feel like I'm an underground channel. It's just chipping away at getting a little bigger every day. So you can't take it that seriously unless of course you're trying to make money with it.
Well, and it's like for us, like I said, it's a backup plan. But like I said, Dave and I will talk about this once you kind of you've kind of shuffled off down the road, because we don't want to take up your time talking about us.
We're good.
But you have, like I said, the other thing is too is the fact that about when you do real work with this stuff, with editing programs, with AI programs, what people don't understand is it's not just a matter of. It's not about how long it takes. It's about how it time sucks you. Is that suddenly you look up and you realize 2 hours is gone. And you're like, what the hell just happened? And how do I only have 30 seconds done? And
Exactly.
so much of the work, it's like, I'm telling you right now, dude, it's like to do this stuff properly, people don't understand. It's a real grind. I won't lie to you. I get offended when I hear people write stuff like, if you don't like people watching movies and commenting on it or listening to music and commenting on it, that's your right. But to turn around and be like, well, I guess you can make a lot of money doing nothing. I'm like, dude, you have no idea how
That ain't
much
cool.
how much nothing that actually is. It's a lot of nothing, isn't it?
A lot of nothing.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
So are you going to be trying out anything new, or are you just still looking to perfect the bringing photos to life?
Every day, it's just like I get these creative juices. I guess I'm a content creator now, I guess, and trucker and everything else. No, it's whatever floats my boat. Thoughts come into my head, and I go, oh, that'll be pretty cool. And I get jazzed up about what music I can use, and I just have a passion for it. I mean, it's just fun. And I'm weekly making my regular videos on top of that to my audience, and we're plowing snow and hauling snow equipment and hauling gravel. We're just keeping busy up here. It's been a record winter, but it's good. It's a lot of work for us, so it's been great. And then we got Louisville coming up around the corner, so gearing up for that. I'll be at the Shell Rotella booth this year. Again, I've been there since 2017. I'm with the Shell Rotella group since 2017 now. I started out as a content. They sent me an email in 17 saying, hey, we love your videos. We'd like to bring you down to our Super Rig show and just come down and be yourself and make some videos, make some content for us, and all expenses paid, and we'll pay you for the week. And I thought it was a joke, so I deleted the email right away. And then a week later, I got like, hey, you didn't respond. I go, oh, I thought this was a joke. So I've been with them since 17, and I go to every Super Rig show and Mid-America Truck Show and represent them. And they made me a truck show judge. I stepped into some big shoes, trying to fill Steve Sturgis's shoes was an icon of the industry and somebody I looked up to since I was a teenager. And he passed away a few years ago. I've been judging now for 4 years since he passed, 3 or 4 years. So great people, if you know those people over there.
No, we actually had a little bit of an association with them. Nothing went wrong. There was 1 year we actually kind of teamed up with them. They're great. We like them very much. Explain what you do as a judge. Explain how that works.
Yeah. So Super Rigs is open to all trucks, working trucks, and people come. Usually they start showing up around Wednesday. The show we judge Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, pretty much all day. There were 3 judges, and now there's going to be a 4th judge. And the judges are Jamie and Eric Harley and me, and we got a new judge, Dave McKinney, who's a small fleet owner operator who's been to a lot of shows and won a lot of hardware. And we just come up. We got a checklist, and we check some boxes, and we rate each truck in each category. You know, it could be the theme, the paint scheme, the use of chrome, the lights, overall appearance, and we add up the numbers, and that's how we pick the winners. And there's a lot of prizes, and you get a 1 in 12 shot of making the Shell Super Rigs calendar, which is just makes you automatically a legend in the industry if you make that calendar. Because I've been a fan of that calendar since I was a kid, and to be associated with the calendar and Super Rigs and Shell Rotella is just the dream come true. And we have a good time, and the Super Rigs people, the Shell Rotella people are amazing. They make sure everybody's having a good time, and they feed everybody, and it's just a great family event. So this year we're going to be at the Bristol Motor Speedway in Bristol, Tennessee, June 27th through 29th, last weekend of the month. So come on down to Bristol, Tennessee, and come see me at the Mid-America Truck Show at the Rotella booth. I'll be there Thursday and Friday.
You know, Mike, one of the things that, and you may not know this because this is your first time, but you're talking about the calendar. They don't just take a picture of the truck.
No, he's been doing it since 2017.
Okay, I'm talking about the calendar.
Oh, okay.
The calendar. Yep. They don't just take a picture of the truck or the tractor trailer for the calendar. They take that unit someplace else with a scenic view. Depending on where you are, might be mountains, might be a lake or whatever. So they take those trucks out there, and then they have spray to dull the shine on the paint. If it doesn't, it takes all day to shoot a truck. It really does.
They're scouting those locations for months in advance.
Yeah.
And sometimes those locations are 100, 200 miles away from the actual show.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's 2 different shows really. It's a show to get on the calendar, and it's a show for the prizes, and it's just amazing to make the calendar and what it does for people's recognition, and it changes a lot of people's lives, and it's just cool because you're on that calendar forever. So it's great to be with those people.
There's a lot more work that goes on. You know, when you see those ducks on the water, you think, man, those ducks have it made, until you look under the water and you see those little feet just going crazy
100%.
under the. You talked 100%. About it yourself, doing the AI videos, how much work it takes. Yeah. I did a little series of about 20 programs called Nemo's Night Beat. It was a 1-hour show, music show. Mm-hmm. It took Andre about an hour to do his portion of the work, and then we recorded it. That takes an hour because it's an hour show, so there's 2 hours. Takes me 6 hours to research and write the scripts. So it takes 8 hours of work to do a 1-hour show. People just don't realize how much work is behind the scenes.
No, and there's a model, by the way, of your show that actually would take you anywhere from 16 to 20, which is if you did it a week in advance and went through and cleaned it up. As opposed to just kind of doing a clean take. I mean, there are people who go back through. I mean, a lot of people who do podcasting, they don't just do one and done. They do a lot of post-production work, and then a lot of what they call stacking it. They'll break it up into smaller pieces, and you got to figure out what the 1 minute thing. What the 1 minute thing from your video is, what the 3 minute thing from your video is, what the 30-second gag from the video is. A lot of people, like I said, guys, if you don't enjoy that stuff, that's fine. Do not tell people who are doing that they're not doing work. It's absurd. It's absurd. And my favorite thing is to tell people all the time, Mike, they'd be like, well, I could do what you do. I'm like, okay, fine. We'll turn the phones off and you get to talk for an hour. And there's nobody. Good luck with that. Have a good time. See you out there. Where are you headed next physically? Where are you going? Once you get the ice off your damn truck, what are you doing next?
I got a big excavator on. I got to take it to we call it a snow farm or a snow dump, parking lot where dump trailers are dumping snow from all the different municipalities. And this excavator is going to stack it real high and leave it there till the spring, till it starts melting. So I'm on my way down about 30 miles from here with a oversized excavator and a big snow bucket. That's where I'm going.
Well, be careful out there, my friend, and hopefully
All right, appreciate
one of us will see you at Matt's. Hopefully, we'll see. There's a lot of big changes coming our way. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, but we're so glad that you could make one of the final 2 editions of Nemo Nation. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'll be looking forward to seeing where you land.
The Boston Trucker, by the way, can be found on YouTube. The Boston Trucker can be found in a lot of places, as a matter of fact. He is ubiquitous and ever-present everywhere, and that is all right.
Oh, yeah!
Don't you wish that you could just sometimes turn off the lights and go home? Remember that thing I used to always tell that story, you paid your fine, now go home?
Mm-hmm.
There are times that I wish you could just do that, but we got some work ahead of us. Well, I got some work ahead of me. You guys got some work behind the scenes you got to do. I got about a week and 4 days now. Actually, we're now down to 9 final shows, 1 more Nemo Nation, and 1 more Nemo Nation and 8 Road Gang Radios. Lindsay will not be joining me. She might stop in to say hi from time to time. She's working on some stuff. She's got her own podcast that she's got to make sure is set up for success as we move on, as we kind of make our way down the road. A lot of well wishes. Tara is over in the chat just simply saying good morning to everybody. Our good friend, the Paranormal Pie Man. And I want to let you know this, Dave, the Paranormal Pie Man and Joe J said that very few shows ending have ever got them in the feels and kicked them in the gut. This one has. Steve says, as today's show comes to an end, let's give a huge shout out to Dave Nemo and everyone at Radio Nemo. May your journeys take you to infinity and beyond. We love you guys. It is National Chocolate Day, Paranormal Pie Man. So when you say I need some chocolate milk, you are more than welcome to enjoy it on National Chocolate Day. Paranormal Pie Man also says Reese's peanut butter, apple jelly, and nut oat bread. Oh. Sweet God Almighty. And Tara says double yum. That's because the Paranormal Pie Man was sitting in the dock making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, not sandwich, sandwich. And how is Tara doing? She's doing great. She just says yum. Paranormal Pie Man says yo. Tara says yum. By the way, and good to see everybody out there. The Paranormal Pie Man we're going to be here till the last dog dies, and we're going to take you down the road. What are you going to do with yourself, Dave? How are you going to enjoy the little time that you have left?
God. What's your last wish? What's your last meal?
Well, about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
No, you got to make it till next Monday.
Sign those papers.
There you go. I'm out.
What are you going to do with yourself?
That's funny because I was actually thinking about that and talking about that this weekend. Because it ain't real till it's real, so it's real. So I have to restructure my days, I think it's a doable thing.
You want to hear some of the thoughts I have? You're welcome to listen and be like, hey, I'd like to be involved with that so I can go, no. I'm thinking about maybe doing a Friday show from 6 to 10 in the evening.
Yeah.
I'm really thinking about that.
I'm
really thinking about that because I really think that you guys can jump in on the chat, by the way. A 6 to 10 show in the evening, I feel like falls into a nice gap. That there isn't anything fun or spooky or a little bit weird. It's right in between the end of, what I call the rowdy and the raucous, but before the wee small hours of the morning, the overnight drive begins. Thinking about some stuff in regards to that. Of course, as always, I'm definitely going to do that. Dave, I know what it has to do. I know how to do it. I know how much time it's going to take. And I have never had time to sit down and create that incredibly scary series that I wanted to create. Never got a chance to do it. And I'm going to be really honest with you. A lot of people have gotten to do little passion projects along the way. I have not. The last time I got to do anything that was a genuine passion project involved with any of that, genuine passion. I love my work, don't get me wrong. But a genuine passion project was the Snake Pontchartrains on the weekend series. And there just never was enough time. And, we suffered from the fact that we didn't have good salespeople for years. I mean, we can be honest about that now, right? We didn't have good salespeople for years. And by the time I found somebody who could have helped us, it was a little bit too late. He was great. He was terrific. He was as good. I mean, we survived the last month and a half, guys, because of the advice of a gentleman named Jason Rhodes, who is one of the great good guys. Didn't ask for a nickel. I mean, he couldn't come in full time. just a friend of the show, and just kept telling me, okay, do this, okay, do that. And every time I would take his advice, Dave, it would get me one step further down the road. Brad Bentley as well, too. Really kind of made a difference as well towards the end. Guys, it just got to be too hard. It was just a bit much, and Dre can tell you, it was just difficult. It was just something that was, I don't know what the hell you people are doing.
Well, hold on. I'm taking a phone call, apparently.
What? Who's calling you? I mean, who just?
It's Dan.
Oh, it's Dan Ronan. Why is Dan calling people? We're on the air.
I know.
I just left you. He's like, I just left you a voicemail, and it's like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Dan Ronan. I guess Dan just got the news. My good friend Marshall says, whatever you do, I'll be there. I'm a founding listener. The Paranormal Pie Man says, and dang nabbit, I'm going to be a closing listener. Haha. That's a really good thing. By the way, guys, spread the word on that, because this could be. I'm telling you, as we get closer to the end of this, we're going to start telling it like it is. Sometimes like it ain't. It's not going to. I can promise, it's not going to be grievous. It's not going to be filled with, It really won't. It's not going to be a lot of bitterness or anything. It's just going to be, a chance to kind of tell it like it is, and and kind of tell a couple of truths.
And I ran across
in your limited time
a quote from the Buddha yesterday, and I read it to Cheryl. It says, "Anger is like poison that you drink and hope the other guy feels."
I don't know. I kind of like anger. I got Dan Ronan on the phone. Speaking of anger.
Is he on the right phone?
Righteous anger. We got him on the right phone? Hey, Dan.
Hey,
good morning. Good morning, Dan. How are you,
Hey,
man?
Dan.
Well, I saw Facebook a short time ago, and I called to wish you guys the best of luck and let you know that I'm sorry to see that this is the end of an era.
Yeah, and Dan, I made the joke. I actually I paraphrased Citizen Kane. It's not so much as us being done with trucking, as we all kind of believe that trucking is kind of done with us. At least on the suit side. That's the kind of conclusion. We've got a lot of great drivers out there who are really great and terrific, but we kind of came to the conclusion that maybe this isn't Dave and my crowd. You know what I'm saying, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this isn't the people we're meant to be entertaining. The people on the air, but the people who actually provide you the moolah, we're probably not their crew. You know what I'm saying?
I would argue with that. I would argue that, Jimmy, that the success rate that Dave and you have had over the last half century is pretty remarkable. And maybe monetary things have changed, but I don't doubt the relationship with the audience. And I know Dave has always put the audience first, and I know you've always put the audience first.
Well, that's very nice and very kind of you to say.
The audience, I thought about this quite a bit, if anybody asked, and you almost did, so I'll just say this. I was accepted by the truck driving community. And what I mean by that is when Charlie Douglas and I met, I was the only other guy at the radio station at that time who knew Conway from Twitty. And what I meant by that was it was a country music program for a bunch of truck drivers in New Orleans out of the French Quarter by a radio station owned by the Jesuit Order of the Catholic Church, okay? So those two things don't really mix up together well when you put them in a bowl. But somehow or another it worked. But my own personal background is strictly lower middle class, blue collar. I worked on the river through high school and college, and there was a great affinity between the rivermen and the roadmen, if you will. And I was accepted on that term. Then I came out of the Army and was accepted on that term. And I felt like I was at home with the guys behind the wheel because I could be one of them. A guy making tow on the Mississippi River on a barge is the same thing as a guy driving a truck. It's the same kind of work.
Or a guy who carries a hammer and a saw to work.
Exactly.
You know why I was accepted, guys?
Why?
Because I'm an asshole.
Exactly. You fit right in.
Yeah, I mean, Dan,
got a little edge in his voice, doesn't he? He still does.
Yeah, but the other thing is, though, Dan, I mean, you kind of get along with these folks, too, because, I mean, you come from that hard scrabble and sharp elbows as well, too. I mean, it's amazing how that connective tissue, when we come from places where the people are tough, tough people recognize tough people. I think that's part of it too. Don't you agree?
I think so. My dad was a general contractor. All of my uncles and those on my mom's side of the family were all builders. They built the John Hancock Center in Chicago, the Prudential Building. They were all they hung doors, they hung windows, they were plumbers, they were electricians. That's the whole family. And those are the same people that drive trucks, they drive flatbeds, they drive all of the items that we get to the store, and that's what they do.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what it kind of comes down to. I remember growing up and going to like election nights, and the crowds that were always there for the people that we always supported were Teamsters and were longshoremen and were the guy, the brown baggers, I guess you could call them. The people who brought brown bags, or if their wives really loved them, made a point of getting them a lunch pail for Christmas. And
my dad.
That's your dad. Hell, my dad, comes out of the Army as an attorney, and he's still taking, paper bag lunches to work. And people are like, what are you doing? You're supposed to go out to dinner. You're supposed to hang out with the boys and, and smoke, married cigarettes and drink martinis at lunch. He's like, I just got this bag. I mean, that's, you always, you can't escape who you come from. And at the end of the day, just a bunch of working class guys who did kind of okay for themselves. Dan, we got to end the show. We love you, brother. We'll be here for 2 more weeks. Dave will be here one more time on Monday, and then we're going to call it a day and see where the wind takes us next. Okay?
We'll talk, my friend.
We'll talk before then as well. Thank you so much, man. Good to hear from Dan Ronan.
Thanks, Dan.
One of the original members of the reconstituted Road Gang, which is not going away, by the way. Those pins are suddenly worth something, dude.
Ah, okay.
Those pins are suddenly worth something. Only
collector's items.
I still got mine.
Marshall didn't have one. I have backups. I have backups.
Yeah.
I got him. I take one of them right in plastic and one of them head.
You know why I really got into the radio business?
Because you wanted to make movies.
Because it was inside work.
My friend Buzzy actually was a very celebrated theater artist. You want to know why he got into theater? To drink beer and meet chicks.
There you go.
It's literally what he said. He goes, it's the only reason he got into theater, Dre. He learned to play a banjo and he learned to do theater because he wanted to drink beer and meet chicks.
I like the way he works.
I like that too. I think that's outstanding, man. That's the winner right there. How many of y'all got into trucking to drink beer and meet chicks? Nope. Wrong profession. You guys made choices. You're going to have to live in them for a while. You also made a choice to listen to us. We hope you do so for the next 2 weeks, guys. Everybody in that chat, everybody who listens on other platforms, thank you so much. We'll continue to thank you over the course of the next couple of weeks. Don't be surprised if your phone rings, if you already have my number and you see it's me. We're going to try to thank as many of you as possible. We love you. As the good Reverend says, say it with me, Dre, and there's nothing you can do about it.
We love you.
We love you. We love you. We love you. You guys are the best. I will save the true final knife for the final show. So we'll just tell people, I will reveal at the end who did this to us. I'm totally Your weapons under when I've called you all here together on the night of February 9th. This is what happened. No, I'm not going to do that. Catherine O'Hara died, by the way. We never had a chance to talk about that.
Yeah,
I loved her, dude.
Yeah,
same here.
Second City TV.
You're gonna. By the way, they gave a memorial to her, a tribute to her at the Westminster Dog Show.
Oh, that's appropriate.
They really gave her a full one, by the way.
Yeah.
You're going to show Binky. It's one of the most moving moments in any movie that's a comedy. My other favorite line of hers is, you're going to give me a ride home, aren't you? Well, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Her and John Candy, both gone now.
Yeah.
Nemo Nation has 1 more show next Monday. Road Gang Radio has 8 more shows, starting tomorrow, with also a farewell from OIDA at the end of that. I got a big day ahead of me, man.